I'm sorry I got up and walked away, but I saw Brockward's name in the chat. I just got so fucking enraged. How's it going, Zachary Rocks at Brockward? Welcome back. I'm not clicking that link, Brockward. No chance. None of those words are good. That's an entire GIF where every single dash is the worse than the one came before it. So there's no chance I click on that one. So yeah, we prosecuted that British girl as our protagonist's Naruhodo-san's assistant. And now I guess we'll go back to him. I'm hoping back to fucking England. Yeah, I had to do it. I realized I didn't walk off enough the first time. I got fucking pissed off all over again. All right, I'm gonna check this out. Check out this intro. What do you think about this? I came up with a new intro for when I do a Great Ace Attorney. Check this out. The Great Ace Attorney, more like the Great A asshole. You get it? I just came up with that, like off the top of my head. Genius. Ingenious. I've never made that exact same joke during any of the sessions of the first game. I definitely didn't do it during like every single episode of the first game. So don't even bother checking, because you'll just look like a real fool if you go back. Is this correct? This doesn't look right, does it? Huh? 7:54 p.m. Would that have been right? In the year 2022? What? I guess that's the most recent save we made. Huh? The trial of the blossoming... the trial of the... Huh? Okay, we'll continue. That time definitely isn't right, but I think it's just because my Switch is all geeked. I'm assuming it's just because my Switch's clock is completely wrong. Hopefully. Okay, episode 2. Yes, this is correct. That's the, points like that guy from the movie. That's that...
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime.
Is this the right save?
Treated on the pavement along Briar Road.
We did this case already.
As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that East...
That looks like Bill Nye the Science Guy, bro. That's Bill Nye the Science Guy about to beat an innocent Indian man to death. This is fucked up. He's gonna use that vase, too.
Gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend
Aha!
the fullness of that...
Okay, so there's a second crime. That crime was from the first game. The knife that got thrown out the window. I remember that.
Most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death. The condemned criminal's curse. The dread demon.
My God. I swapped your Switch's memory card with mine. No!
Yet,
I'm being sent back to the first game!
once discerned the truth upon his
I can't believe it. Did you ever need to piss and you piss so fast you enter super piss mode? Oh yeah, absolutely. And you got the spray going up like fucking SeaWorld? That shit made my dick look like Shamu, bro. If you were within like a 3-mile radius, you just got soaked. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan. Dude, I honestly don't know if we already played this. No, this is right. Okay, that was so weird. That intro was so weird. I guess it's a new case just related to the case from the first game. But yeah, because the dialogue right here was the last thing that happened yesterday, was Susato's gay-ass poem. She wrote like some fucking slam poetry or some shit. And yeah, that was the last thing that happened. And she said, "See you again," and she kind of drove her car off of the highway while I stayed on the highway. Having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. That chair looks like it's smiling. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. Yeah, so this is Herlock Sholmes' attic. We're staying with him and Iris Watson, who is not Dr. John Watson, because he got murdered. Chinese and Korean people. Are they bots, Brockor? You have to check if they're bots. If they're bots, you gotta fucking block them. They're trying to get your information. Otherwise, it's probably all the misogyny and racism. It's just attracting Chinese people like moths to the flame. Like moths to some sort of beautiful Chinese lantern in a summer festival. They're being drawn towards your racist tendencies, towards those rants you put out about the Mexican people. The proud Mexican people. I've successfully defended and stop texting me! Holy shit! Oh my god, I'm about to fucking go off on this person. So annoying. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. Yesterday, Chimichanga was fucking spamming my ass when I was trying to stream. He kept sending me videos of like a fucking dolphin or some shit. In truth, I lost my right to return to the courtroom. But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale. A tale which was now about to waken from its slumber. Thanks to a letter! It's Suzater! It's Suzater's letter, probably. Bots? Yeah, there's bots this time. Got the motherfucking crest of flames at the top right. That's how you know it was from Suzato. Oh yeah, there's, all the dating apps now are flooded with bots too. It's crazy. The, I went back to Tinder this year after a long vacation from Tinder, and it is just fucking filled with bots. It's actually crazy. And it'll be verified too. They have like a verification thing on Tinder now, where you get like a blue Twitter check mark. And all the bots are verified too, so it's weird. There's just so many fucking bots on the internet. Roomble! Ranny Roo! What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. It must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. OnlyFans bots, oh my god. The ones I always see on Tinder specifically are just like really generic photos of women, and then it'll just be a name and then an @ for Snapchat that's almost spelled kind of the same as that random made up name. So it'll be like Jessica Waters, for example, and then you look below it and it's like @JessicaWaterX. And it wants you to add it on Snapchat. I'm assuming so that it can get you to click some sort of malicious like phishing link or something, but I don't know. Believe it or not, I don't add robots on Snapchat, only humans. Only human chat. Call me prejudiced, if you will. 30 August, 7:28 a.m., Sholmes' suite. Ah, Runo, good. I fucking hate this character so much. We're already back to the fucking schlock. It has been 3 seconds, and we're back to the schlock immediately. Good morning, Iris. Before we eat, I have some news. I had a surprise this morning. There he is, baby! It's Herlock Sholmes! Sure, Herlock Sholmes fucking rules. Not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes. I see. So, okay, dude. You're getting too fucking close. The next zoom in is gonna be his face sticking through the monitor into the real world. Fucking rubbery as hell. I still think the attention to detail was really nice in this game. So many of the things in the back of his room are like actual references to real Sherlock Holmes stories. Not Herlock Sholmes stories, but like the real Sherlock Holmes that he's based off of stories. So in the top right there, you can even see the picture. He has the movie poster for La Llorona, the horror film, framed on his wall. That's actually accurate. That was part of the original stories too. He was a big horror movie fanboy. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. So true, King. Can I talk now? But of course, I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? I love Herlock Sholmes. His whole gag, the whole character, is that he's like a complete moron. Like, he's smart, but he is so up his own ass and he thinks he's way smarter than he is. In the first game, he would always be completely wrong about everything, but then everybody would just give him credit for it anyway, like at the end of the case. Anything that your character does is just completely sandbagged. And they're like, my god, Mr. Sholmes has done it again! He's a genius! And the button was ripped off, remember? By you! Hurley pulled your button off? Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. Then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder, then, that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. Did they have the bust of Napoleon? That was always my favorite Sherlock Holmes accessory from the books. Sherlock Holmes is like the most British man of all time. He's like a super patriot. So he would just have like a bust of Napoleon resting on his shelf somewhere. Where if he ever got like pissed off or stressed out, it was like his stress ball. He would just take it and fucking smash it on the floor. Because he hated Napoleon so much. It was such a great character detail that he'd just buy new ones. Not in this game. I don't know if he has it in this one. I don't know if Japanese people know about Napoleon. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring. But Hurley, Rudo said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning. You thought we'd forget about that part, didn't you, Sherlock? Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. All right then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too, my latest special blend. And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger. That's right, it's Wilson, sorry. They changed the name of Watson, too. It's Sherlock Wilson, not Holmes and Watson. It's different, it's their own original characters. A truly exceptional young girl who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Ranced Magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? He does have the bust. That's right. He totally does. It's on the right there, on the far right. I remember that now. Yeah, they did a really good job. They put all sorts of fun stuff. All sorts of fun references. Won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan. Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really? That's right. And she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us about it all over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun. Oh hell yeah, I could go around now. Oh, it's the investigation segments. I remember this. This is where I go and collect the evidence. Although as of yet there has not actually been a crime committed, so I'm assuming this will be a pretty limited investigation segment. Yeah, so I could just go from the attic down to the suite at the moment. Hey! When it gets to this time of year, Londoners seem to leave their hearts alight all day long. And I love it! There's something very relaxing about watching the flames flit and dance about. But a fireplace in days of summertime is a waste of space. Really, no use at all. Rather like a great detective in days of no crimes and no criminals, Hurley. But consider this. Instead of a fireplace, a frost place. That's my latest idea. An extraordinary hearth from which emanates a cool breeze in the hot summer months. What do you think? I think if you invented such a thing, your name would go down in history. The principle is extremely simple. One must, of course, light a cold fire in the hearth. Yes, of course. Brilliant! The trouble is, none of the fires I build ever burn cold. How it taunts me. So, as you British say, it's a bit of a damn squib? British people don't say that. British people don't know what a squig is. He made it up. Let's see. Middle Earth Shadow of War or Conan Exiles? You know, the only one of those two games I've played is Middle Earth Shadow of War. And I don't like it that much. So I would say Conan Exiles. Sorry, my dog was bugging me. I heard her sniffing her nose like a fucking Hoover under the door, but then she didn't actually want to come in. She just exclusively wanted to annoy me. As soon as I opened the door, she fucking ran off. He's trying his best. He's Naruto running all over Japan. / also England. I can't be too hard on the poor fella. He did a much better job of assimilating than the author guy. Start Miss Susato's letter. This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by international post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it. And how is your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? But cut above your good self, my dear fellow. Good put down, Sholmes. Pretty true, though. Ryu Tardo is pretty stupid. He's not the greatest. I say Conan Exiles, because I'm not the biggest fan of Shadow of War, and I've never played Conan Exiles. So that maybe it's really good, who knows? Maybe it's like they're making a new one, too. They're doing Conan Exiles 2, but it's Dune this time, apparently. That's what they said at that gaming show. At the Gamers Gaming Show, they said that I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustached, twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although, I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. I see, they're both the Game Pass games. Yeah, I would say probably Conan Exiles. It's also probably easier to just kind of get into for like a Game Pass game. Shadow of War, I think, is exclusively like a story game. So if you don't end up beating the whole thing, you'll get pissed off. By the time they take it away on Game Pass. Startling news. It's not bad. Shadow of War's fun, but I don't know. I never got too into it. So, what was this startling news penned by Miss Susato? Do you remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. It's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten that. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Now, it took place half a year ago? For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? Sholmes is definitely going to be our audience surrogate for this playthrough because I don't fucking remember anything about this case that they're talking about. I remember the case of the haunted lodgings, I think, because that was the one where the old man threw a knife out the window and it killed the guy. Or they thought he did. Either way, the knife fell out of a window and killed some dude. I remember that. But then there was apparently a second case involving that guy too, which I do not remember at all, like even slightly. I remember him inside of his lodgings. He was inside of like a fucking giant book fort because he read so many books. On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send a telegram. Oh, that case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago she had to return? Oh, he knows something. Yeah, there's a big web of intrigue happening right now, and I don't really know what's at the center of it. But there's a lot of weird connections. Mikotoba revealed last session that he was, like, in Great Britain for some mysterious purpose a long time ago when Susato was first born. So I don't know, man. Something's up. Something's up. He's definitely working with them. But I don't know to what extent or to what end. It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that? I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea, but she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Bop, 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 bop. It's cutting away again. Bro, I can't wait for the Nintendo Direct this month. There's definitely going to be a Nintendo Direct this month. There's been a Nintendo Direct like every September for years now. So I'm calling it. Now that I've started playing Ace Attorney again, I'm calling that not only is there going to be a Nintendo Direct this month, but mark my woofs, there will also be a new Ace Attorney thing announced. Whether it's going to be a new game or a new localization for an existing game we don't have localized yet. Something's going down. Something's definitely going down. Every time I start playing a game, we get news about something about it. It happens like fucking clockwork. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly. I wonder what his father's hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel. Even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later. Bye, Herlock. He's leaving now. He went back. He scuttled off rather quickly there. He knows what's up, dude. He really knows what's good. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Yeah, there's so much intrigue. The weird thing is, too, like, Iris's dad, the original Wilson/Watson, he was literally murdered in episode 1 of game 1 of this. Like, the last game, he was the first case, was who murdered him. So her dad has been dead for like a year now. And we're just never bringing it up. I think we still haven't told her. I don't remember for sure, but I'm pretty sure we never told her that her father was like horrifically murdered. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha, I found them at last. Iris, are they... The notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. That's right, I remember now. Wasn't the second case the, No, I'm getting it confused with something else. There was another thing that he wasn't allowing anybody to talk about, but it was a different case. Remember in the first game, we found like the manuscript for an unpublished story? I think it was even the Hound of Baskerville story. He wasn't like allowing her to publish that one. For reasons he wouldn't tell us. But I don't think that was related to that guy. I thought that was Lestrade was the suspect in that case. I don't know, I don't remember. We'll find out, I guess, because we're going to look at the case notes. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Bruno? Absolutely! Thank you, Iris. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case. But perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit. Dun, 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 dun. Why is it playing fucking action music? We're just reading a fucking book. This is actually the music that plays in real life anytime you crack open any book. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Bum, 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 bum. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. Just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world. Because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Yeah, I'm unemployed, bitch. Woo! This lawyer loves being barred from practice. I'll just uninstall some games. Yeah, that's fair. I have an external hard drive for my PC, and even that son of a bitch fills up pretty fast now. Especially when I try to download new games, because they're just so huge, you know, they take up so much space. So I generally rotate. Like, if there's a game I'm not currently playing, I'll just uninstall it and reinstall it later. Depending on what it is, if it's something I play pretty frequently, I'll just leave it installed. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. No! There she is. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. That's right, that was the case where the knife fell out the window and stabbed her in the head. I remember that now. I just installed the SSD 2TB. Let's go, Remix. Remix installed 2BTB onto his laptop. That's fucking radical. My external hard drive is like 1 terabyte, I think. And that's it. And it fills up fast as the fucking Dickens. The only games I'm leaving installed, like, consistently is, at this point, Elden Ring, and that's about it. What else do I have, like, always installed on my PC? Yeah, probably just about Elden Ring, and that's about it. Everything else, I just kind of rotate. I just kind of rotate when I'm playing it. Like, for example, Oblivion, as soon as I finished the Oblivion playthrough, bitch got uninstalled. Bitch got fucking uninstalled real fast. Oh, that game's not that big, so it didn't matter too much. Hey, what's up, Nick in Space? How you doing today? Loving and supporting and such? How's a band sound to you? Huh? How about you get banned? I'm not gonna ban you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm just playing. I'm just playing around. I wouldn't do it. By a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. Aw. Poor Soseki-san. I forgot that he was a visiting student. I thought he was like a 45-year-old author. The man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Okay, this is coming back to me now. I remember this. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent him in court. And after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation was the man's reaction after the trial. But his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. This is the part I don't remember. Okay. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to Bots at once. Yeah, okay, I don't remember this part at all. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. What games are you installing? Remix on your new SSD for your laptop. Oh my god, it's the Pillsbury Doughboy, baby. That's fucking awesome. They made a gold-ass statue of him. I legitimately thought that was like a Buddha statue at first, but apparently it's not. It didn't happen? Oh, I'm being fucking gaslit by the video game, dude. I'm literally just being fucking gaslit by this video game. This is so toxic. This game is so fucking toxic, dude. I try to, like, mostly cut all negativity and toxicity out of my life, and it's like everybody who ever talks to me. So when this game is starting to be toxic, I might have to go uninstall. I might actually have to uninstall for my own mental health's sake, you know? Mostly, I just try to keep myself isolated in a very small protective bubble of existence, where I don't try new things, I don't talk to new people. That way there's no toxicity in my life, you know? Eating away at me. Currently just Discord. Install Elden Ring Remix. Join the co-op run. Now. You claimed you have Elden Ring, it's time to fucking prove it. Although I don't know when I'm doing the co-op run again, to be honest. 21st February, 5:30 a.m. St. Bartholomew's Hospital Recovery Ward. There he is. There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh, Susato's here too. Yeah, this is definitely a flashback. You're late. What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. And it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. The time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I have been waiting for what felt like an eternity. There's a cat in the corner. That's a rat! Oh my god, that was a fucking reveal, bro. That was a fucking daring criminal reveal. I legitimately thought that was a cat because I have fucking horrible vision. God damn, that shit was right next to my head too. Hey. Okay, so there's a rat. I guess the idea is this is just a really low quality hospital. I'm assuming. Because yeah, it's all cracked and stuff. There's shit on the floor. Painting on the floor. I was trying to like ascertain important information from this scenery, but I don't think there's much. There was a giant golden Buddha statue. That's a huge rat. That is a pretty fucking massive rat. It's like half the size of the goddamn suitcase. In point of fact, I myself was awoken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. And feeling it was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour, I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. Oh my god. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. She's so beautiful, man. I'm kind of like mostly body positive, so I think she just kind of looks really good. I think it says something about you if you think she looks strange. To me, that's actually just how people look normally. That's a healthy, normal body type to have. And if you don't look like that, honestly, you kind of have a problem. I think if you don't look like that, you're probably unhealthy as fuck. You're probably a small fat at best, and you should keep your fucking mouth closed on such matters. Oh, so that's her. That's her in the statue. She made a statue of her own self. Interesting. Very, bold choice. It's like basically bold and brash, but for this weird British woman. Yeah, she, and then I guess she's an artist? Or at least there's an artist who's been visiting her. There's a hook! Look at the ceiling! There's a hook in an open window. Just like at the murder scene from the last case. Or the last game, rather. So that's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. She's got small-ass arms, bro. She has the world's shortest arms. Her name is... yes, here we are. Miss Green! I wonder why they call her that. I'm gonna examine the giant rat. Eek! A mouse, Mr. Naruhodo! An enormous mouse! Vermin in the hospital? That doesn't seem the best. And it looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? It's very plump. I'm not sure we can say that's down to the excellence of this facility, if that's what you were thinking. But I don't understand why people are scared of rats, to be honest. Me personally, a rat is like 1 pound. I could absolutely kick the shit out of a rat if it came down to it. If it came down to me or the rat, I win that matchup like... That's like a 7-3 matchup, probably. I win that matchup fairly consistently. There's very few situations in which I lose that. I want to look at the golden Buddha statue, too. This rounded... It's wooden! It's gold! This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe. Used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? That's not exactly what you'd call a typical figure for that purpose, though. Okay, Ryunosuke, you fucking bigot! She's a little on the overweight side, slightly. But she still looks really good. I think she still looks really healthy, a healthy weight to be at. She shouldn't aim to lose any weight whatsoever, not even like 5 pounds. She's completely healthy. I think the doctor's gonna send her home with a clean bill of health. Oh, fuck. Drop my control, you lar. Cat, jam. Yo, what's up, ranimated bit? Look at the corner, dude. There's a fucking big-ass rat. The rat is Fox McCloud and I am Bowser. Wrong. The rat is Ice Climbers. And I am Fighting Polygon Team. They stand no fucking chance against me. Not a single chance in this world. That mouse is gonna lose every time. I miss the Fighting Polygon Team. Did they ever bring them back? Were they in, like, even Brawl? I feel like they were Melee and 64 only. Were they even in 64? Oh my god, I can't remember now. It's been way too long. Maybe they were exclusives. No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. 64 only? No way. The Fighting Polygon team wasn't in Melee? I could have sworn the Fighting Polygon team is in Melee. I guess maybe they aren't, though, because aren't they, like, their whole deal is that they're just, like, regular characters, but wireframe versions? And there's not, like, a Game & Watch or Ice Climbers one, so maybe they are just 64. Because I can clearly remember, like, the Captain Falcon kind of looking ones. The ones that have, like, Link body type, but I don't remember any of the weird characters that came later. So maybe they were 64 only. That's crazy. Her luggage has a slash mark on it, too. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Ah, it's Mr. Green. Yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. He looks to be about the same age as Miss Green, I would say. Perhaps the young woman's special someone, do you think? My, Mr. Naruhodo, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least. I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. I guess I can't look at the painting, which seems important, but I guess we won't have to worry about that. How about the doctor's notes? What does he have to say about this whole shebang? This looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. Come on, man. That's so messed up. Give her a little bit. What is this place, a zoo? You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in our local park. For the pigeons, yes. This is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. I hope so too, man. That's messed up. Do not feed. Let's check out the cabinet too. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet, aren't there? You think it's safe to keep them like that? Hee, if you were a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep. That is a worry, but at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one. Oh, I've no doubt you managed to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well. There are limits to even what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Miss Susato. Bum, 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 bum. I'm saving again. Who's that fat-ass woman? That's Biggie Halls. That's our new protagonist for this game. Well, she's more of a deuteragonist. She's just gonna kind of help us on our struggle, I think. She was a victim last game, but now she's back in action, baby. She recovered in the hospital, and she's totally fine now. She's just kind of vibing, hanging out. Melee was... Okay, so Melee had wireframe, but it wasn't the Fighting Polygon. Gotcha. Wow. I'm so shocked. I fucking could have sworn Melee had the Fighting Polygon team, too. Fighting Polygon team! That must be a bag of Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. I expect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. A change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. But the young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. Now, why would you say that, Mr. Naruhodo? Explain. What about her gives you the impression that she was hiding chocolates and biscuits, huh? I'm on to him. I'm on to Mr. Naruhodo. Listen, it was a different time, okay? This was the 1800s. In the 1800s, when you were passing a fat person on the street, you were not only allowed to, but expected to make pig noises in their general direction. So really, back then, we would be considered the weird ones for being so kind to the morbidly flatulent. I shit myself. Help! Nope, it's 107's turn to change you, sorry. We're working on a rotation schedule here. I can't change you every single time or we never get anything done. There just aren't enough hours in the day. What does this note say? There are all sorts of medicines in this cabinet. Look! I'm not sure if it's safe leaving them in the reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. I can imagine if you were peckish, you might try a whole bottle or two. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. I don't imagine that would stop you if you were hungry. I worried that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know! Dun, 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 dun. It turns me into a fucking criminal. Dun, 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 dun. I heard that, actually Zachary Rox's hunger for, you know, of the more sexual nature turned him into a criminal, but he has served his time and reformed since then, so don't hold it against him too much. I know in society you're kind of allowed to discriminate against convicted felons, but here I like to consider this as a place for everybody, even for horrible rapists. I think they deserve a second chance just like anybody else, just like any other average Joe. What are we looking for? I can check this patient's notes, I guess. I want to see this sign, but it won't let me click on the sign. I guess it's not important yet. Clearly gonna be important because it's written in giant red ink, but not yet. Rap Rat. Sing us a song, Rap Rat. Give him a beat, reanimated bit. That's his rap alias is actually reanimated beat, if you could believe that. Because he brings back the music, if you will. He brings the music back to life. Let's check out these notes. Ah, this looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so he or she is probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. I think what's worrying is the fact that there's a fucking psycho running around the hospital, but I guess that's just me. He's beatboxing. Go, Rap Rat. Oh, yeah. Do you hear him? Turn up your mic, Rap Rat. They can't fucking. He's not rapping that loud. I'm sorry. He's a bit skittish around the mic. He doesn't like to talk that loud. He's a shy fella. He could be. The rat could be the patient. Then technically he's not running around the hospital. He's just hanging out. He actually sustained rap-related injuries. He was shot in a drive-by shooting 8 times. You can't see because they're all on his underbelly, but he does have 8 gunshot scars right on his little belly there. He barely survived. He truly is the 50 Cent of the rat community. Okay, fuck you, let me... Oh, I have to talk to the screen first, my bad. I was busy investigating. Good morning. Hello, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was it your knife? Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. And I'm Suzato Mikitoba, pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. She's scared because a knife fell off of a building and stabbed her in the back. Also, she has a key around her head. We heard you regained consciousness and wanted to come give you our best wishes. Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. I get it, because that's a color. Olive green is it's the color of her shirt, as a matter of fact. So she is the painter. Okay, gotcha. She is, in fact, the painter. Good to know. I was under the impression that, like, somebody had been visiting her and painting her. I thought that's what the sculpture was, too. It was like somebody came and sculpted her, but... No, she's the artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is, I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is, I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down. Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. Dun, 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 dun. Save complete. You a goofball. Okay, Chimichanga, I have very thick skin, but that's a low fucking blow, bro. Go cool off. 10-minute timeout. 10-minute timeout for Chimichanga. I don't fucking play that shit. Man. That was too far. I can take a lot of jabs. I can take a lot of jibs. But sometimes people just cross the fucking line, so... I'm sorry you guys had to see that. I'm sorry you guys had to see that horrible incident, but... Get that ass banned, Chimichanga. He did not type /dodge in Chime, unfortunately. Although I will say I do agree with him that The Lord of the Rings put me right to sleep as well. That shit was so fucking bad. We watched Lord of the Rings last night, the new, like, TV series, and oh my god, it is so boring. It is kind of absurd. like, the thing is, Lord of the Rings is kind of slow to begin with, right? Like, the movies, they take their time. The first, like, 30 minutes of Fellowship of the Ring is just the Shire. But the thing Lord of the Rings does is create beautiful sets, really, really good wardrobe design, so you get really immersed in the movie. And it gives you tons of characters that have a lot of character that you want to hang out with and learn more about, right? The new Lord of the Rings show does literally none of that. It just throws you in to this random fucking character who you vaguely know 3,000 years later in the movies, but her as like a young woman, and it just like jumps right in. And then characters just start talking about like politics and, you know, this big religious war they want to do, and it's just so fucking boring. Holy shit. The one thing I remember from that entire like 50-minute episode was them fighting a big CGI troll for 2 seconds, and then them sailing a boat when they were babies. They made like a swan boat. It's really boring. It is not good. I'm sorry to all the Lord of the Rings of Power fans out there, but yeah, I was not a fan. I'm not into it. I'm not into the Rings of Power show, like, at all. Everything Lord of the Rings does well, this show does very badly, and it doesn't really stand out on its own in its own way either. Very not good so far. But it's only episode 1. Maybe it gets better. Who knows? About the incident. To suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time.
But the case has been solved, hasn't it? While I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam, spectacularly, by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly.
Oh, I see.
Me coming round seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never regain consciousness. It was selfish of me.
Oh, poor Miss Green. She's so sad. I feel so bad for her. All she wants to do is clutch her key and hang out. With a mouseketeer of sorts. How was Lord of the Ring? It's very bad. The show is very bad. I love the movies. But this new show is, woof. The only adjective I could use to describe it is woof. It was so fucking boring. We did watch a different movie, though, afterwards. That was fun. And it gave me time to get all my mod stuff sorted out in Skyrim. So next time I play Skyrim, I think I fixed all the mod problems, but we'll find out. Second-hand book receipt. That's right. This was part of the evidence from the case from the last game. A picture of Monsieur Lecoq. That's amazing. Ah, yes, and then this was the map with which we solved the case. X marked the spot of the conniving. That was a good case. That was a really fun case. I remember that one. That was the one with the snowman on the sidewalk. Oh no! We're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. Really, we are. What movie? I don't remember what it was called. I do not even slightly remember what it was called. But it was about this little girl and this man in the hospital who was trying to kill himself. And he tried to, like, manipulate the little girl into helping him kill himself with a morphine overdose. By telling her a bunch of fantasy stories. So the movie was like their little subplot, interspersed with fantasy action scenes of his little stories that he would tell her. It was good. It was fun. We're all so relieved you're on the mend, Miss Green. With that kind... Oh, I thought it was her talking. With that kind of attitude, maybe her surname should be Blue! Sick put down, Ryunosuke. Actually, just fucking get her. Actually, he just went for the fucking jugular that time. My god. He has a zero chill with that sort of shit. If he said that in my chat, he would have got timed out for at least 10 minutes. About yourself. Yeah, that's right. It was called The Fall. I remember that now. I did not remember the title at all. You could have said literally any title and I would have been like, oh yeah, I remember that now. It was that movie. It was Green Eggs and Ham. I remember this. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I couldn't possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
I don't think you could say that anymore, but I guess this was a different era, so that's fine. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts? Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh, no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
I see. How very interesting. Oh, let's check the map. Check the map, check the map, check the map. Oh, it's not on here, okay. Brixton Road is not on here. Maybe it's this road, or this road that's not named. Unless this is just Meersham Street again. I don't know, I guess we'll find out. We gotta keep finding more mystery.
Oh, no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here, and Thorndike Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means? I suppose Hoseki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs. Oh dear me, do forgive me.
If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Oh yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Green. Oh my god. It's the fucking police inspector. It's the fucking motherfucking police inspector. Alright, we're saving again. I don't even need to save that much in this game, but you never know. You never know. Listen, I've been playing fucking Oblivion and Skyrim, so hop out of my fucking snatch about that. Oblivion and Skyrim are liable to crash every 3 goddamn seconds, so I'm on edge for it. I'm just waiting for the crashes.
Is there a Mr. Narrow Fodder here? Mr. Narrow Fodder?
Narrow fodder now? Well, if you're looking for Narrow Hodo, the lawyer, that's me, but...
Oh, Mr. Narrow Fodder, good. This is for you.
It's a message from Mr. Saucy Nutmeg. That is not his name. Mr. Natsume? He sent me a message? But why would a policeman be delivering a message from Mr. Natsume? Exactly. What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Ah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Well, this is most unexpected. Is something wrong, Mr. Sholmes? Is something wrong? He says, have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. A new case calls. A case of murder, no less. We must depart at once. Murder? Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, we've yet to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking you ought to pay him a visit in his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellows. The murder we must investigate took place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? Okay, so yeah, this definitely didn't happen in the last game. This is not a real flashback. I'll hail a fiacre at once. What the fuck is a fiacre? Yeah, this is not a real flashback for sure. This is all new. It was only yesterday that Soseki-san was in court and we were dispelling doubts about his innocence. And now, the very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address? He may very well be the unluckiest man alive. Or so it seemed to us at the time. But we were soon to discover it was worse than we thought. Dun, 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 dun. Hell yeah, it's gonna be the first I'm so excited for the first investigation. I love investigating. It's so fun. 21st February, 7:18 a.m. We did play one session of this already, but it was exclusively like a courtroom segment. It just started off like immediately at the trial. There was no investigation first. Natsume's lodgings, ground floor. Oh no! They killed a clown guy! What on earth? Was this guy in the last game? I seem to think this guy was in the last game. Possibly? There was like a flamboyant man in the last one, or there was at least like a mention that there was some sort of festival in town, some shit like that. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman is deceased without question. He's dead. Mr. Locum Steward, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Mr. Natsume.
Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me?
Oh, that's right. It was the clown with the Muppet. No! They killed the clown with the Muppet, you bastards. You absolute sons of bitches. They killed the Muppet guy. Oh, no. The Muppet's gone too? Wait. I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally home after 2 days. I can't remember if it was literally like a puppet or if it was a human who just looked exactly like a puppet. I genuinely am confused as to if, I guess we'll find out, but I can't remember if it was a real human being or if it was just this guy holding a puppet, the dead guy holding a puppet. Because he was so fucking Muppet-esque, but then my brain was like, no, they were in separate like conversations or something. So maybe they weren't the same guy. Oh, he just looked like a Muppet. Okay. Yeah, he just looked like a Muppet. No, if you guys saw the last one, there was a guy who just looked exactly like a fucking Muppet. It was ridiculous. To the point where in my brain just now, I remembered him being a fucking inanimate object.
I've only just got out of court yesterday. I was finally at home after 2 days of misery. And then I wake up next day to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this.
I wish I had remembered this guy's voice. I did not think he was going to be a recurring character in the second game.
Woeful worm without wiggle.
I see you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache.
Ah, not the horrible Herlock Sholmes. Shoo, shove off. Show yourself the door. I never invited you.
Mr. Sholmes came here with us. Oh my god. I just hate in general. But like McAfee Security Scan Plus has been the fucking bane of my existence, bro. I need to uninstall this shit immediately. The fucking past 8 streams I've done have been interrupted at least once by this shitty program just popping up and minimizing whatever I was looking at. I'm quite sure he'll be back to help you, Mr. Natsume. I'm entirely at your disposal, Mr. Mustache. What can I do for you?
Ugh.
Oh, it's this guy. I love Gregson. I also don't remember his voice.
Here they are already, the busybodies.
Ah, Inspector Gregson. What a pleasant surprise.
Pleasant, is it? Gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes.
Ha! I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is a result of your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector.
This is a crime scene. Don't you go touching anything.
Or good morning to you too, Sunshine. Donna. Examine. Okay, so at least the Muppet isn't dead. I thought that this guy died and by proxy his puppet was also dead by proxy, but no, his puppet is actually a grown-ass, like, man who's just alive as well, so luckily that thing is not actually dead. I was wrong. Okay, so here's a cup, a fork. He died eating. You'd better get busy dying eating. The first case also was a victim who died drinking, so that's interesting parallel. Wonder if that'll be relevant.
Oi, I said hands off. You're gonna mess up me crime scene.
Oh, no, I just wanted to look, that's all.
No chance, I know your kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it.
Ugh, someone's in a bad mood. There's certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Alright, it sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first and try to curry some favor. I do like his king costume. I like his poofy neck thing. I like a lot of what this guy's picking up and putting down. There also seems to be some sort of like stage over here on the left, but I can't remember how to scroll left. Oh, there we go. Left on the D-pad. Yeah, that's cool. Hole covered up on the wall? That's probably important. Alright, let's talk to Greggy. Oh, I can't. I gotta examine his ass. Consider yourself examined, Gregson. So, Inspector, what was the victim's name? Who was he?
Mr. William Shakespeare.
What? He's not William Shakespeare. They made that up.
He was a lodger here. As you can probably tell, he was an actor. A bit of a dead loss as it happens. Or just dead.
Mr. Shakespeare.
It was the landlord, old Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, who found him. The fella didn't rise at his usual hour, so Garadeb got worried and knocked the door down.
But doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg?
Oh yeah, you're right there. It was that jittery Japanese hunchback over there who actually did the kicking.
Really? So Zeki-san.
The victim was pretty hard up, it seems. Even done some time inside for petty crimes. He had no money, no place to go, and no friends. His only acquaintances were the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it.
So, what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? He's not involved in the investigation, so shouldn't you have sent him away from the crime scene? Hey, what's up, Chimichanga? Welcome back. You fucking, did you cool off? Did you go cool your head, Chimichanga? Huh? Did you learn your fucking lesson? Calling me the G slur? If you guys missed it, Chimichanga came in here earlier, 10 minutes hence, and he called me the G slur, so I had to time him out for 10 minutes, because he was being toxic. If you act toxic in the chat, you will get timed out for 10 minutes easy. I don't care, no excuses, but he said the G bleep bleep F slur, so I had to time him out, unfortunately.
Well, I'm not saying it's because the fella looks odd or anything, or that he acts suspicious. But I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit. I mean, cohabiter.
You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? You nearly said goof there, didn't you, Chimichanga? And that's gonna go ahead and be a timeout? Yep, that's a timeout. Timing him out again. Sorry, Chimichanga. But he needs to learn his fucking lesson. There we go. And consider him blocked. Did all the rest of you see all those messages fucking disappear off the left side of the screen instantly? That's what happens if you act toxic in the chat. There's a zero tolerance policy. There's a zero toxicity policy where if you act toxic, I can like be as rude and evil as I want to people because I'm not toxic. I'm like a good guy. I'm like really woke and cool. But if anybody acts fucking toxic towards me, that's an instant block. So Chimichanga banned again, timed out. He's got to go cool his head. He's got to stop saying slurs in the chat. It reflects poorly on me if my viewers, really my subordinates, my lessers are acting like toxic. It makes me look toxic by proxy, so I have to like clean my list, you know? Like anytime, it's on Twitter as well, I stalk people's Twitters, and if they post anything kind of uncomfy, I go ahead and soft block their ass. That way it doesn't like reflect poorly on me to have people like Chimichanga hovering around saying slurs. Yeah, so Chimichanga's been owned twice now. We'll see if he cleans up his act, but I wouldn't bet. Honestly, if I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet on it. Oh dear. Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. It certainly seems that way. He does just come across as such an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man. How unfortunate. He was an odd fellow. He was, I know it's kind of rude to say the O slur, but he was kind of odd, I can't lie. He was wearing fucking tights and he's a man, so what the hell was he up to? Anyway, I can't say much until the coroner gets here. But I don't think the fella's been a goner that long. The body's still warm. Even if the inspector would allow it, I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. So I can't actually inspect the body. Good to know. I guess I just gotta talk to Mr. Natsume. I'll save too. You a Goomba. Oh, thank you, Chimmy. See, there you go. Chimichanga calmed down. He learned the errors of his ways. And so now he's comparing me to beloved Mario villain, Goomba. Goomba, the creature, the little brown mushroom creature. And I appreciate that, I do. I'm gonna go write your name on the whiteboard. There's a whiteboard behind me where I go and write people's names. But I have to like bend all the way over in my swimsuit to write on it, so it's kind of a little bonus for the fans. Alright, let's talk to Mr. Natsume. What a terrible thing to have happened.
It's only been 3 days since I was arrested for the incident on the pavement outside. And then, having finally regained my freedom, it starts happening all over again. Endless existence of excruciating experiences.
So the victim lived here on the ground floor and your room is just 1 story up, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. In a way, we were neighbors, I suppose.
Did you know the victim? Were you friends? Oh, he's shaking again, bro. He did know this guy. What's the matter with Sozeki-san now? It was an innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken by it?
Well, I suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. But he never did invite me to his room. Never. On my honor, I swear it.
Okay, good. Yeah, Chimichanga's gonna go do some soul searching. He's gonna post the twit longer later, so if you guys want to make sure Chimichanga followed through, he'll post his 1,000-word twit longer later about how, you know, he's learned from this experience. The thing is about Chimichanga is he might have said some bad stuff, but when push came to shove, he sat his white ass down and listened. He sat his white ass down and listened to my lived experiences, and he's grown. He's grown as a result. He's learned why the G-slur is so bad.
On my honor, I swear it.
What an extreme reaction. You're probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
When we found him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking for you to come. To that inspector over there.
There's Sholmes. He's fucking vibing up on the fucking rooftop. I still can't inspect anything else, it seems. Still can't inspect her Gregson. Aha! But what do we have here? A golden padlock? And where, dare I ask, did we see a golden key earlier in this case? But around the neck of Miss Green. I wonder if there's any relevance to that. It could have been. The thing is, these are all like identical apartments, right? So maybe it's in the other guy's apartment too, but I don't remember because that was an entire game ago. That was like 10 months ago. No, I was not going to say Among Us. I would never say such a thing. He does have the goggles of a minion, though, Herlock Sholmes. I can't deny that part. He looks like somebody drew, like a minion from the movie Minions as like a Tumblr sexy man. And that's how you get Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Ha! You need only observe to know it, my dear fellow. Investigating, naturally. There's nothing natural about that pose. Mr. Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patience, my dear madam, patience. We've not been here in this room for 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. Oh my goodness. But isn't that everything we need to know? Now that you propose the idea, I believe one could indeed see it that way. At the present time, I have managed to draw 2 incontrovertible conclusions. The first, that there was physical struggle here at last night, which the victim fought for his life. Oh! Gee, he fucking called him out, bro. Mr. Natsume, what's wrong? Is something that Mr. Sholmes said significant?
No, don't mind me. Forget I was here.
And my second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air here last night that passed the victim's lips.
Nonsense.
All right, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions?
No, please. Pretend I'm not here. Invisible, ineffable, inscrutable, insignificant.
Impossible to ignore. You must tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes. Spare no detail. But of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. We've heard some truly astounding great deductions from Mr. Sholmes in the past. No doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time? So, my dear fellows, for your delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular, Act 1. Yeah, these parts are fun. Basically, if you didn't see the first game for this whole mechanic of Herlock Sholmes' deductions is that he gets everything wrong. So your job is to listen to his stupid theory and then figure out what really happened, based on what he says happened. Careful observations of the victim reveal to us the events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates the use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate, which contains, you will observe, half of a sizable bar of soap, Meaningfully, indubitably. Is that actually a fucking bar of soap? Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish? Like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. It appears the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. Yet the struggle against his hunger was in vain, for in the end, he couldn't resist devouring the slippery feast. But London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of the plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to excessive ingestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have a greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. What? He ate soap to death? Okay, fair enough. I honestly do not know. Topic 2, suicide or murder. Okay, interesting. This is the important part. Hey, what's up, Amelia Tar? Welcome back. You got here just in time for Sherlock Holmes' great deduction for what he thinks happens in the murder. The cause of death was identified. We proceed to Act 2. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. A careful criminal could have absconded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Though forced open now, at the time of the incident, this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone. Alone with his inferior soap, from whence wafted an inferior scent. And with that acrid aroma lingering in the air, the victim met his end in tragic solitude. We can take comfort only in the fact that his soul was well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. Oops, no, don't look at this thing. Okay, so he thinks there was no possible perpetrator present. Okay, cool. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Holmes' great deduction. They did mention earlier that the guy who ended up busting down the door from the outside to find the body was Natsume. So if he could have been in here at first and busted his way out, which would explain how he did it so easily when he needed to get back in. The door was already broken. If the door was already smashed up, that would kind of make sense, right? They're not buying it. They're not buying the great deduction. Hey, what's up, Nelatar? Welcome back to you, too. We just got to the murder scene for the very first time. We just stumbled in on this dead guy, apparently eating a bar of soap, so I don't really know what the crime is yet. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, do you really think the man would have eaten soap? It is quite apparent that this man had barely a penny to his name. It is a curious thing, but to one so destitute, soap can appear quite irresistibly appetizing. How extraordinary! In truth, I have tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it? My dear fellow, it was some time ago now. My postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. And did it? As I writhed in agony on the floor and spilt the contents of my stomach, yes, I believe it did. The experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. It has an unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it, even if you did. There's something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? It's Mr. Natsume. Yeah, he's acting slightly suspicious, I've noticed. I couldn't help noticing him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Almost as if Mr. Sholmes' deductions touched a nerve somehow. Nonsense! Well, that clenched teeth episode didn't last. I think, judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, the great detective's deductions may need some gentle corrections. Yes, Mr. Sholmes's observations and deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. He has a tendency to hit the nail on the side of the head and drive it in at an obtuse angle. When he does that, it falls to us to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Let's pick out the key words in the brilliant deductions, and discreetly exchange them for something that makes a little more sense. If we can do that, I'm sure we'll arrive at what Mr. Sholmes meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. For Herlock Sholmes's Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Okay, hell yes, let's do this. The first actual gameplay of the game for investigating. I'm so excited for this. This will be fun. I don't know what it wants. I'm honestly drawing a blank here is what actually happened. It definitely does look like he ate soap. I won't lie. Oh, but look, there's a little thing underneath him. Is that blood? Or is that just like a red thing? There's like a gold thing on top of a red thing. Careful observation reveals the events that occurred. He does have a foaming mouth. I won't lie. The use of poison. I'm gonna save. I'm definitely gonna save in case I fuck this up horribly. I have come back. I believe the goof should be allowed. You know what, Chimichanga? I'll make an exception in your case. I respect the fact that you stuck to your guns. So I'll let you say the G word, the G slur. The GOOF slur. A large dining plate. 1/2 of a sizable bar of soap. Why is this soap set so purposefully? Like the victim's last supper? Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Well, you can't deny that a fork implies a man was eating something, or about to eat something. Yes, that's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I should prefer to use a fork than attempt it with chopsticks. And of course, only half the bar of soap is left on the plate. But might there not be some other explanation? Something material? He was hungry. He was hungry for exactly 1/2 of a bar of soap. 50% of a bar of soap. Could it be that he was about to eat? The fork reveals the answer. I see the other piece of soap. What is this thing? Is that a banana peel? There's something there next to that pink thing. Okay. There's probably... Let's click on the fork for now. And we'll see what we can figure out from there. Or we could look at the tea cup as well. Do you think he was drinking tea with his soap? The cup's empty, so there's no way of knowing. Ah, how about this for an idea? Perhaps the cup was full of water, and he was dissolving soap in it so he can gulp down as much as possible. Please remember that he may not actually have been the soap lover that he's been made out to be. Let's check out the fork, too. Check for any soap remnants on the fork. This is a strange first investigation for sure. I suppose you'd eat soap with a fork, would you? I don't think it's a question of which implement you'd use. You shouldn't eat soap full stop. But then why? Why does he have a fork in his hand? Oh dear, I understand your frustration, but please don't take it out on me. The point is, if we decide the man used this fork to eat the soap, we wouldn't be changing Mr. Sholmes' deduction. So we really ought to consider some other clues. Okay. So, wait, what does it want me to do? Right, you swap out one word. That's right. So the orange word we have to swap out. The blank reveals the answer. The man was about to eat it. The blank reveals the answer. So it's not the fork. I think it must be the teacup then, because there's nothing else here that's clickable. Let's check out the other piece. Oh yeah, I can investigate the other piece of soap at least. Let's try that first. There's more soap on the floor here. Mr. Shamspeare must really have loved this stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions. Look at this soap. You see that it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table? How can that be? I think they are two halves of the same bar of soap. Yeah, it does look that way. Okay. So we'll present that. That seems more important than the fork.
Take that!
Get corrected on. Snap on him. Could it be that the man was about to eat it? Of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. But it's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst for practical knowledge, took only a single bite. He eats way too much soap. But that begs the question of how the man was poisoned, as there's no sign of any food on the table. An excellent observation, Mr. Naruhodo. Oops. And one that furnishes us with the answer we seek. For London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that was on the contents of the plate. Okay, so this is the next thing we swap out. He's still pushing the soap argument then. Perhaps he's suggesting the man licked the soap. If soap in London is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. But there are no signs of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes people's lips, is it? Yeah, so it's the teacup. I'm just trying to get new angles on this guy, because there's clearly stuff underneath him too, but I can't get to it yet. It won't let me look at it. Okay, let's just check out the teacup for now. I have noticed that in the hospital, as the British say, when we were visiting Miss Green earlier, remember how there were all those cabinets, like, directly the fuck above people's hospital beds? So the fact that this is in the same case leads me to believe that that's pretty relevant. I would go out on a limb to assume that somebody stole the medicine from the hospital, brought it back here, and poisoned his cup with it, poisoned the teacup with it. With something from the hospital. Could be Miss Green. She does have a key around her neck. So she could have stolen it for sure. They did say it was locked away specifically. Alright, let's do this. Teacup. The teacup was poisoned, I tells ya. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the teacup. Indeed, cups have been the vessel of choice for practicing poisoners for the centuries. And it would appear that this victim drank every last drop. There's no sign of food anywhere in the room. Which leads us to the immutable conclusion. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Poison in the tea. Yeah, that sounds better. Suicide or murder? The cause of death identified, we proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? The audience will recall that the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? The single teacup suggests the answer. Ah, the Western vessel for infused hot drinks again. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far. Yes, we can imagine that shortly before his death, Mr. Shamspeare was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that. But what troubles me is Master Natsume's reaction when he heard Mr. Shom suggest it. There's more to this deduction than it seems. We must closely examine the scene again. How about down here? No, still can't do anything with that stuff on the floor. Oh, 30 cup. Cool. This single teacup. Okay, so this is the other teacup, but this is the real thing it wants me to click on, is this one. The real other teacup over here. They're different colors, too. This one green, this one pink, and cracked. Okay, so this one is pink and cracked. Got it.
Take that!
That might be important, who knows? Only one of them's cracked. There's two teacups, only one of them's got a crack in it. Did the man dine and die alone? The other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were two teacups in this room all along. In other words, this is a strong indication that at the victim's last supper, there was a guest present. Oh my god, it's the murderer. At the very least, we can now say with certainty that somebody else was here in this room last night, taking tea with the victim.
What are you talking about? Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable.
To draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. You mean to say you know exactly who was in this room at the time of death? Indeed. What reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. Don't. I'm not sure I like where this deduction is going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back to the halcyon days of eating too much soap. But the identity of the guest who was here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Well, you can try to ignore your feelings, but we cannot ignore the truth. No, I suppose not. Time to look around again. Pile of books! It's definitely the pile of books. Let's examine stuff first, though. Let's examine empty bottle. It's empty. Empty of liquid, but full of air! That makes you think, doesn't it? No, it really doesn't. That really does not make me think at all. It makes me think that you're full of hot air. We should be thinking about who else was in the room at the time. Father, Susato-san's quip in response was cleverer than my original riddle. That was barely a riddle. That was so stupid. Full of air? No. Pile of books. At first glance, it seems that the only things in this room are the makeshift stage and the costumes. I overlooked these 3 books initially. I wonder what they are. Let's see, the title's read. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq, yep, it's the 3 ones that guy rented. And Emile Fabrigaborio. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. It could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're exactly the same books that Mr. Natsume purchased the other day. Yep. On the day of the unfortunate incident when Miss Green was stabbed, Oseki-san had just been to a bookshop and bought them. That's right. And now those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Yet Mr. Natsume claims never to have been here before. Yeah, we using the books. Yo, head looking like a rock. Chimichanga, my head does not look like a rock, bro. My head looks like a human head. Okay, it looks like a regular, normal human head. It does not look like anything like a rock. I would argue that most rocks are barely human-shaped at best. Vaguely. You're just the kind of person who sees the fucking faces in clouds and shit, man. You gotta get that checked out. You have fucking schizophrenia. You have schizophrenia, to be totally honest with you. Pile of familiar books. Yeah, we're using this.
Take that!
Take that! Boom! I did it! Investigation complete. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the pile of familiar books! Quite so. It is no mere coincidence that these 3 titles are in the room. It's the link to the truth. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we caught you, Soseki. We caught you slipping and shaking. Mr. Natsume, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a secondhand bookshop. That's just coincidence. In that case, you will be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment.
No, never. Non-negotiable.
If you can't bring your own copies here, it proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. There he goes, he's running in the flashback. Having purchased the books 4 days ago and returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. Yeah, there he goes into jail. For those of you who weren't here for that last game, he was a murder suspect that we cleared. We were his defense attorney. He was suspected of a different murder, of a knife murder. But apparently he's also implicated in this guy's death too, because he was here the night of the killing. But yeah, we just started his case, so I have no idea beyond that. All we know is that he ate soap and died, or it looks like he ate soap anyway. So you could have conceivably bought the books here that evening, but you never made no mention of that, you fool. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room before.
You got a permit for that murder? You got a license for that teacup?
Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at the Old Bailey. Yeah, in Britain, in the land of Britain, you need a license for fucking everything. It's really funny. Don't they need a license to watch TV? I could be wrong, but somebody told me that the British actually have to, like, buy a government license to watch TV. Otherwise, the bobbies will come and beat them with sticks. Which, honestly, is one of the dumbest things of all time. That's how you absolutely know, as a fucking British, that you have all zero freedoms. Because you have to buy a license for a television. Ah, ugh. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. The victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. Bit, hey! Yeah, Chimichanga saw reanimated Bit. He fucking finally caught him. And that same night, the victim had a visitor. And that visitor... was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume! Ta-da. Yeah, that's reanimated Bit when he gets spotted. He makes that exact same face. He makes that exact same face, but in real life. It's quite fucking horrific to witness. Thus concludes the final act of Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction. He's doing the straight up, like, Legend of Zelda Re-Dead / Naked Mole Rat face. Soseki Natsume at the scene. Why'd you gotta lie about it, Soseki? I know it wasn't you. I know it wasn't you who did the murder. So why you gotta lie about it? Making yourself look like some sort of killer or something.
Not again. Not again. Not again.
Well then, Mr. Natsume. It would appear you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again.
But wait. But wait. Hold your horses.
Yes?
Door, key, locked. Entry, exit, entirely impossible.
He's so flustered, he's even being stranger than normal. What, you think that's an alibi? You could have just made a copy.
What?
You live in the same building, after all. You've had plenty of opportunity, I'm sure.
But... Misery, me!
Sorry, sir. You'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. The facts speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache.
You horrible Sherlock Sholmes.
He really has found himself an arch rival now, hasn't he? Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but... You have to help me. Please, please. I'm innocent.
All right, I understand. We'll come to your cell later and talk about it.
And one more thing. My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me.
I hope it shows. The cat is so cute. The cat was in the last game. I hope they bring him back. Just throw him up on the screen right now. Just go ahead and throw him up on the screen instead of the black screen. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Soseki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. Thanks to the incriminating deduction of the great detective. My dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Well, at least that means Gregson is no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. Yes, that's right. And of course. Have you forgotten what the inspector mentioned before? It was the landlord, Mr. Garrideb, who discovered Mr. Shamspear. That's true, we gotta go talk to Garrideb again. Wow, they've got a lot of returning characters in this game. This is truly the Majora's Mask of Ace Attorney games. They just took all the old models from the first game and brought them over to the next game. John! What do you want, Chimichanga? Huh? You want another band? Because I can arrange that right fast. That guy's got a cat in the hat top hat in the top right. That is a Dr. Seuss-ass accoutrement. Mr. John Garrideb, yes. I expect we can find him in his sitting room on the top floor. Right. We must remember to go and talk to him later then. I want to look at this thing on the floor, but it won't let me. What's this? It looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, you may be right. Perhaps it was torn off when the letter was opened. Is that significant? Well, it's a little out of place, perhaps. When you look around the room, there's no sign of a letter or the rest of the envelope back. She's right. And yet here we have the torn off end of an envelope. It just strikes me as unusual. I agree. We'd better take this just in case. The torn off piece of an envelope. Okay, so it's a little green envelope. It's like mint green. I don't remember seeing the rest of it anywhere else. I want to look at the top hat. It won't let me. Hey, at least look at his little king costume. That's pretty adorable. Look at these extravagant, bright costumes. Somehow they look out of place in this room, with its grim, shady goings-on. This one looks like a king's attire. A king? I've always dreamt of being a king. You and me both. You and me both, Ryunosuke. I think you'd be more suited to a feudal lord. A daimyo or such like. With a Chan mage. Top nuts! What are they fucking saying? Oh, you'd look wonderful with one, and you already have the sword. Can you imagine what would happen if I walked around the streets of London with a Chan mage and a sword? I don't know what either of those things are, I'll be honest. I want to look at this thing. His set is so dope, man. That shit looks good as hell. He built a whole palace for himself over here. He did take evidence. Let's not make any, let's not mince words here. He is an unethical lawyer. He's stealing evidence. Straight from the crime scene without letting the police see it first. That's like some Edgeworth shit. This is some sort of makeshift stage, isn't it? Where does the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Actors aspiring to the great stage must practice their art, Mr. Naruhodo, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for the defense in your office. What? Then you could practice your art every single day. I'll think about it, if you promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Well, if that would help you achieve your goal. This I have to see. Is Edgeworth in this one? He has not been born yet. Edgeworth is born like 100 years after this game takes place. This game is like turn of the century England, like 1900. And Edgeworth is like modern day guy. He was supposed to be modern day whenever the first Ace Attorney came out. So like mid 2000s, late 2000s. So he's not here. Honestly, there's a guy who maybe could possibly be his ancestor. He looks kind of similar and is a prosecutor, but I don't know. I don't think he even has any relatives in this game. The character we're playing as is Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright's like great-great-great-grandfather. But Edgeworth, I don't think he has any relatives in this one. That's why this dude is called Sherlock Sholmes, because he's literally just supposed to be Sherlock Holmes, but they didn't want to get sued. They did not want to get sued, and they made him look like a buffoon, so they changed his name around. Grandpa, right. Yeah, he's just the grandpa version. He's the G-Pappy. I hope eventually, in the future Ace Attorney timeline, like the modern games, they will find a Mr. House-esque tube containing the shriveled raisin-like remains of this guy. He's still alive. He's just hooked up to the big Mr. House TV. That'd be pretty dope. No, Kiwi Farms got dropped. No! What happened to them? Just for a couple bomb threats? Yeah, supposedly, Kiwi Farms sent bomb threats to a right-wing politician, and I honestly don't think it's real. I feel like somebody did that to make them look bad. Because, like, Kiwi Farms is full of dumb morons who are really shitty people, but I don't think they really are hyper-political. They mostly just... I was under the impression, as an outside observer, that Kiwi Farms, aka Gay Reddit, was just for a bunch of, like, gossip girls to talk about, like, low-tier god and stuff. Like, they just talk about lol cows on the internet all day. I didn't think they were, like, weird political activists. But maybe they are, I don't know. I'm no Kiwi Farms expert. I just know, like, the basics, you know? Wow, I can't believe they finally got dropped. From Cloudfair. Oh, it was against Keffels. Interesting. Yeah, see, that sounds a lot more believable. Yeah, there was talk of bomb threats like a week ago, but it was against Marjorie Taylor Greene. They were saying that their office had gotten calls from someone claiming to be from Kiwi Farms. We're gonna bomb you, ho! And so they had to, like, cancel one of her speeches or something. So don't worry, they'll get Ace Attorney on the case. He'll discover the truth of the Kiwi Farms. I would love to see the Kiwi Farms guy go to trial. Like, him going to court would be fucking hilarious if they televised that shit. That would be like Chris Chan level. That would be phenomenal. Joshua Moon or whatever his name is. Going to prison for bomb threats, I see. I feel like bomb threats are just so lame, you know? Like, if you're gonna do it, just do it. Don't be a fucking... I'm not saying to bomb people. I'm just saying, if you're so inclined, don't just fucking threaten. Just do it. Don't fucking pussyfoot around about it. Just blow something up. Bomb threats to me are like just... it's like a dude who constantly, like, threatens with a gun. He's like, hey, I'll shoot you, motherfuckers. Like, if you're gonna shoot you, you would've just shot. It's people who just grab their fucking gun in their waistband and shake it around. It's all just posturing. It's just posturing for weird, insane people instead. Let's investigate this thing, because it's locked and I don't know what it is. Here we have another disproportionately large machine. It looks like a meter of some kind. I can't compost. That's amazing. That's rough, man. Being, what is it called? Incontinent? I don't know. Infertile? He's not even that old either. That's rough. He can't be more than like 35 based on how he looks. This looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. It seems in this district, residents pay for gas as they use it with coins. It would definitely explain why he's so, like, hyper-focused on other people. I definitely feel like people who are just hyper-focused on other people's lives, it's because they're just fucking miserable human beings. Like, there's just something fundamentally wrong with them at a very basic level. Because most people are just busy on their own shit, you know? Like, you have an entire life to lead, so trying to live vicariously through other people's failures is just, like, such pathetic behavior that I feel like it can only be explained by those kinds of things. It's just like, it comes to a point where it's just spending too much time on that, you know? Like, you have your entire own life to live. Dun, 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 dun. They pay for gas with coins. That's right, they established that in the last game. The gas box. And, oh, we need to check for a fireplace. Remember, they specifically mentioned earlier that the London residents leave the fireplace on 24/7 this time of year. Back at Herlock's apartment, they talked, that was like the flavor text at the opening of this case, like in the breakfast scene. Would Susato date Wakapi? Yes, absolutely. And if you just replace her name with any woman, I think that's a yes. Impotent, that's what I was thinking of. Sorry, not incontinent. Yeah, incontinent is you can't pee. It's a different problem. Same exit, different exiter, you know? He moved to the Ukraine. That's awesome. That's dedication, man. That's dedication to the Kiwi farm. You would think that you could just, like, get some other dude to host an identical site. But maybe he makes a bunch of money off it, I don't know. I see! Yes, now you've pointed it out. I can see there's a slot just here that looks like it would take a coin. So you mean, if you put a coin in here... That's right, that would buy you about 2 hours of gas. Ah, I see, okay, so... it wouldn't matter, basically. It wouldn't matter. That being said, we need to discover how long that candle has been there inlet. Because if the candle was placed here before he died, it would imply that he had not paid for gas because there's a light directly above and to the right of the candle. Meaning that, had this been on, there would have been no need for the candle. That would buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. So, if you were a poor person with no money, you'd have to sleep in the freezing cold? Yes, or if you were a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Yeah, that would suck. You have to do it fucking 2 hours at a time, too? That shit is fucking annoying.
What's Kiwi Farms?
It's like, it's basically gay Reddit. It's like this site where people go to chronicle, like, Chris Chan type stuff, you know? Like, I know that it's like a forum, basically, where they post about internet celebrity drama. It's basically TMZ for even dumber people. That's like the best way I can describe it. It's like TMZ for even dumber people, because it's like not even real celebrities that they're looking for gossip about. And that's kind of the whole website, is just like, you'll go there and you'll read articles about like Wings of Redemption or like Low Tier God, the latest debacles that have happened. Chris Chan was a big one for a really long time. He's probably the most famous Kiwi Farms person that they would keep tabs on. Okay, so the window's still bricked up. That was normal, though. In the last case in this building, that was also a thing. So the window being bricked up is actually not weird. It's actually normal. Seems weird, but it's not. Let's check out the light bulb. This is a gas wall light, isn't it? It must be connected to a gas pipe in the wall. Did he just say what I think he fucking said? Oh, he said gas wall light. Okay, yeah. So he did just repeat himself. It's a gas wall light. It must be connected to gas in the wall. Yeah, no fucking shit, dude. Gas lights, a gas stove. London really is a city of gas. But now that I think about it, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb had an open fire on the top floor, didn't they? Oh yes, you're right. I don't recall seeing a gas stove up there. Well, I much prefer a real fire anyway. So much cozier. Okay, so we can actually investigate the candle, which is interesting. Maybe the implication is that they brought the candle in, like, during the investigation at some point, because the police did get here before us. I don't know. Let's look at the bricked window. As we've seen from the outside, the window is completely bricked up. A vestige of the former window tax that Britons had to pay. What strange things they used to tax in Great Britain. You have a license for that window? Making people pay for the number of windows they had in a property? That's extraordinary. It's heartbreaking to think of the poor having to block up their windows just to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh, what is it, Mrs. Otto? If you look closely, a number of the bricks are loose. Oh my god, there's soap in the bricks. It looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Was it Mr. Shamspear who did it, I wonder? The lodger renting this room. Look at this, Mr. Naruhodo. On the outside, there's a little ledge. And there's something on it. What, outside? That's so weird. The soap came from there. There was only 2 soap on the window, and this is the 3rd soap, but there was 3 bricks missing. Brr, it's so cold. You can feel it through the gap. It did snow all last night, it would be cold. But more importantly, what is it on the ledge out there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. Soap? What are bars of soap doing lined up on a ledge outside the window? I have no idea, but the pair of them look rather charming like that. Still, that's very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window? I think perhaps we should take one. There are 2 after all. I suppose we could. Oh, what's this? Look up here at the soap. What the fuck is that? Do you see the middle there? There's a patch that's a different color. It's sort of transparent, but some sort of fancy design, I suppose. Only in Great Britain. It looks like the Hinumaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? Yeah, it totally looks like the Hinumaru flag of Japan. Honestly, if your first thought wasn't that that thing in the top left looks like the Hinumaru flag of Japan, there's something going wrong with your brain, because it's just like fucking 1-to-1. I was thinking olive, to be honest. To me, that looks like a delicious rectangular olive. I was not thinking about the flag of Japan. It's probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? What's it doing in this ramshackle old room? Interesting. And I can't help but notice that it had a red thingy in the middle. But this bar of soap that's on the table and on the floor broken in half does not have the red thingy in the middle. So presumably, this dude with the fork was trying to get at that. Like trying to get at that red stuff in the middle. Now, why he wants the red stuff in the middle of a fucking bar of soap, I really couldn't tell you. But it was missing. It's gonna have to show me the full table again to make sure, but I'm almost positive there was no red thing on the table. The bar of soap was split in half and there was no red thing. This is a different color. Trust the British to turn a boring bar of soap into something special. I quite like it. It reminds me of the Hinumaru design of the Japanese. You already said that! I don't know what that means. I expect this is rather expensive soap. That doesn't seem likely, given who it belongs to. Okay, we can't talk about the red thing, I guess. It just looks like the Hinumaru flag of Japan. Well, if nothing else, you can say you learned something here today from watching this educational stream, which is that the flag of Japan is a bar of soap. I didn't know. I did not know, but apparently that's the case. So the more you learn. That's what life's all about, learning new things. New experiences. Let's talk to this dead sucker. Oh, the poor man. So young to die. You suppose it was a very painful death, being poisoned as he was? I don't know. All we can do now is hope he'll be reborn to a better life. Yes, I suppose you're right. I wonder. Honestly, the funniest part would be if he actually was poisoned by the soap. Like, straight up in the end. Because that red thing is missing. So what if what happened is somebody dissolved it in the tea that he drank? That whatever the fuck that red thing is. It could be. Maybe Sholmes was right all along, even though his whole gimmick is that he's always wrong. I made sure I had a reference at the ready for just such an occasion as this, actually. Oh, it's raining! It's raining outside. Oh, no. Oh, it's raining outside. My dog's gonna go crazy. My dog does not like storms. She does not like the thunder, and she does not like storms. I'm gonna be right back. I will run a quick ad break real quick, but hang around, and on the other side of this, we'll continue. I'm gonna go grab my dog and refill my water. I will be back in 1 minute. Hang in there. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry about the slight delay. My dog was in fact freaking out. I came out of my little office here and I looked down the way and she had her mouth hanging open like a Wojak depiction, just panting really, really fast, hyperventilating. She's scared of the thunder noises. So yeah, it started raining really hard. It started raining really hard and really fast. I might have to go out and take care of something a little later, but we're gonna chug along for now. That won't be a problem unless it rains really hard for a while. Booga. Yeah, it was a shock to say the least. I did not expect it to be raining so hard. I have this room really just well sound insulated, which is good usually, but it does make it hard to tell when it starts raining. Sometimes. It has to start raining pretty fucking hard before I can hear. The book is entitled The British Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed. I'll just reread it now. One moment. Oh, one moment for me too. I gotta go. There we go. I got my water, but I put it on a completely different shelf, unreachable from there. I didn't leave her out in the rain. I brought her in here. She's right behind me, hyperventilating in the corner. Hi, Yoda. That's quite a spine on that book, isn't there? What book? I don't remember what was happening, so I had to go fucking get my stupid dog. Stupid dog! My dog was acting crazy. Yeah, this stream officially went off the chain. The chain has long since been left behind. As soon as the fucking epic flood storm of Noah's Ark came through, it's all been downhill from there. I have now lost complete track of what's going on. I have lost the thread officially. Oh, fuck. There's still one more thing to investigate in this room, so I guess we'll do that first. And then we'll go try to talk to Gregson down at the station, maybe. There's not much on these shelves, is there? Just this wine glass and bottle. Oops. I accidentally just called somebody. I'm just having the weirdest day, man. I just started calling this random woman on my phone. I'm glad I noticed that. As soon as I started doing it. Both of them are cracked. Not much use, are they? What did you do? Yeah, unfortunately, that hole in the wall is from where this guy shoved Cody's head through the wall. As part of a hidden camera video he was filming. That might have been the motive for the murder, too. We'll have to find out. What's the matter? Oh, I was just reminded of the Reaper, that's all. The Reaper of the Bailey! I remember him, he's cool. He's the prosecutor for this one. Yoda. Hey. She's refusing to make eye contact with me. I was taking a quick video on my phone of her just freaking out so I can upload it to the Discord later. Prosecutor Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, he's so reckless with his wine glasses. I was thinking it's a waste and he should donate some to the needy. You can suggest it next time we meet. Alright, cool. So I believe that's everything, right? Should be, just about. Yeah, let's move on to the next area, if it'll let me. Ah, wow, I can go to a lot of places, goddamn. Wow, this is gonna be a big investigation, isn't it? I'm gonna go back to Miss Green's hospital bed and see if I can figure out anything new based on the stuff we've seen at the other place. Anything that might be clues in here. Okay, so she's gone. Miss Green left. She actually fucking peaced out. Nothing appears to be different with the medicine cabinets. Aha! Aha! You know what I noticed now? There was one thing I noticed that seems like it could be interesting in retrospect, is the big happy mouse hanging out in the hospital. The big happy mouse hanging out in the hospital. And what happened to our fellow, the murder victim? Poison! So if the hospital had its rat poison stolen, for example, that could explain why there's just mice running around randomly in the hospital. That we could have found our murder weapon, potentially. We need to talk to somebody from the hospital once we get a chance to. See if they're missing murder poisons, basically. Hey, Mouse, were you the killer?
Swear to me!
I would love to watch Mr. Naruhodo just do the Dark Knight interrogation on this mouse. Just like pick it up and slam it down on the table and start yelling in his head. Miss Green left. She went somewhere. I still don't fully trust her. I still definitely don't fully trust her, but that's okay. Okay, let's leave here for now. I'm glad I came back though, because I did not put 2 and 2 together with the mouse. We'll see if that's relevant at all. Could be. Seems like a relevant detail, right? I don't see why else they would randomly decide to model a mouse, animate it, and put it in the game if it was completely irrelevant to the case. Alright, let's move. Let's talk to Mr. Garrett while the murder scene is still fresh on the mind. This dude is the landlord. So he's the guy who owns the building. This is the top floor of that building we were just in with the body. The body is a tenant of this guy who was killed. Mr. Garrett's room. Today, I have officially cancelled J.K. Rowling. Wakabi, you didn't! Did you really? Oh my god. Wakabi does definitely go hard in his Twitter campaigns. Wakabi is known to some as the leader of the hashtag cancel drop Kiwi Farms campaign as well. So he really gets out there, you know? He really goes crazy with it sometimes. With his, well, I guess his hate campaigns, for lack of a better term. Because we all know that neither Kiwi Farms nor J.K. Rowling deserved anything. It was all just Wakabi being evil and, you know, going off the chain a little bit. Wakabi, stop! Please! Please! I'm sorry! Okay. Jesus Christ, Wakabi. Jesus Christ, Wakabi. I'm sorry. He started exerting his powers over me. He heard me talking smack and he started exerting his otherworldly powers. That was a close one. Yeah, he haunted me for sure. Make no mistake, that was not a coincidence. That was definitely Wakabi. That was his influence. He is a dark lord of sorts. Here we are again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. We're here because Mr. Garrett's the one who discovered the incident this morning. Don't forget. There he is.
Ah, you chaps, eh?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday.
I'm going to give him that voice because if I give him another British voice, by the time the trial rolls around, I'm going to have 8 British characters. I'm not going to remember what they sound like. It was quite a trial. As much for Mr. Garrett as anyone, really. Epilepsy webcam. It did. I don't know why it did that. That was very weird. Well, I know why. It was because Wakabi was trying to destroy me with his mind. He was trying to use his Holy Flare ability, +2 on each dexterity check roll. But luckily I did survive. I had a high enough armor class.
Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Didn't expect to wake up to more bally nonsense this morning.
I wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Garrett.
Yes, I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap on the ground floor room.
Dead loss of an actor? What the fuck does that mean? Those were exactly Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? Were they? I don't remember that. Hello, Mr. Garrett. He's got a stiff upper lip like every British gentleman should. Thanks for sparing my life, Wakabi, by the way. I do appreciate that. I definitely think if that had gone on for another 3, possibly 4 seconds, I would have been reduced to a pile of cinders on the floor. Like a pile of fucking vampire ashes. Let's talk about the incident, shall we, Mr. Garrett? Must have been a real shock for you this morning. I hear that you discovered what had happened.
Ah, well, that hopeless actor chap rises at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. But at 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no bally answer.
And that's when you broke into his room by kicking down the door?
Well, I called on the rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course.
Wasn't it a little premature to kick the door down? The man could have just overslept by half an hour. Hey, I could see that. He did look a little Hanneman-like. It's the long gray coat, I think. His long, like, earth-colored coat was, it definitely gave vibes of Hanneman for sure. He had the salt and pepper look too. I could see it. I like Hanneman. He's a fun guy. That's very true, Mr. Naruhodo. If 30 minutes oversleeping warranted such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. That is, to be fair, that was quick. They did find the dead body real fast. No, British Garadib. How dare you? I will never be able to keep track of my voices anymore.
Well, you know, better safe than sorry and all that.
Is it just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? Except that it was a sorry situation indeed that you found on the far side of the door.
Alright, let's talk about Mr. Shamspear then.
This guy kind of has Hanneman's facial hair too, now that you think about it. If you combined Gregson and this guy's head, that would basically just be Hanneman. The victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe.
Yes, William Shamspear. Took the ground floor room 3 months ago now.
And how would you describe him?
In a word, destitute.
Destitute?
Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. Anyone waiting to live in a place like that is either broke or has a bully screw loose.
So hard to choose which category Soseki-san would fall into. Mr. Naruhodo, that's a little rude.
He was doing research as well.
Research? Into what? What do you want, Yoda? We've been crazy, huh? He was making squeaking noises, but you couldn't hear it because my mic is too good. My mic is too well isolated, so you couldn't hear her background whining. Yoda is only audible when she's like fucking. If you ever hear her in the background, that's how you know she's fucking screaming loud as hell. Good girl. Yeah, she's still scared. She's still scared from the storm.
Shakespeare, of course, Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know. Romeo and Hamlet and all that.
Yeah, I love Romeo and Hamlet. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. He's known as Sao in Japanese, you know. And many of his works have been translated. Is that real? They call him Sao? That's weird as fuck. I never knew that. I guess there's no reason I would know that, to be fair. I guess Shakespeare is like impossible to translate into Japanese or something. Or possibly to say as well. Yoda cameo! Yeah, unfortunately she can't actually show up on the webcam because she's too small. I would have to lift her up. And I don't want to do that when she's already freaking out. She's already having a hard time. It seems incredible that Shakespeare was shortened to Sao, though. Someone was too heavy-handed there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There were a lot of costumes in the victim's room, actually, weren't there? Of course, Mr. Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. I imagine he and Mr. Shamspear would have had much in common. Shamspear interpretation disagreement leads to shocking murder. Let's hope it's not that. Oh, she did show up. Oh, good. I'm glad she showed up. I didn't think she was tall enough. I literally didn't think she was tall enough to reach the framing. Mr. Naruhodo, how rude.
Yesterday's events.
I also definitely set up a Yoda jump scare where her face just like shoots up into the webcam really quickly. That makes a really loud noise. So I'm gonna do that at probably like, you know, during a horror game stream at some point when it's just really tense and quiet late at night. Just to make everybody shit themselves. After Mr. Natsume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Did you notice anything strange between then and this morning?
Well now, must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow was coming down rather heavily as I remember, and it was completely dark already. That failed actor chap was out at the time.
Mr. Garadib noticed there was no light from his room or something, I suppose. No, because the windows are blocked out. The failed act. So yeah, he shouldn't have known that. Interesting. Garadeb is lying, but I don't know why yet. I don't know why he's lying. But remember, downstairs in the guy's room, it's completely blacked up. The windows are completely covered by bricks because of the window tax. So he wouldn't have known. He would have no way of knowing whether the guy was at home or not. Interesting. Interesting. Why are you lying, Garrett? Why are you lying for? Unless he did mention that he can, like, see in his little room when people have paid for gas. So maybe that's how he decided he wasn't home. Yeah, he could have done that. He mentioned that, like, he can tell when they're not paying for their gas, so they don't have their lights on. I guess maybe that's how he did it.
Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspeare got back, and the chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, so I'm rather dark there.
Well, thank you. That was very illuminating. So many light puns. Okay, so he was gone from at least 6 to 8. If we're going to take him at his word, then Shamspeare was away from at least 6 to 8. And the chap was up till past 1 in the morning. Interesting. Does that contradict his earlier testimony? I can't remember. No, because, yeah, it was he was talking about, like, way later in the morning when the guy hadn't paid for his gas yet, and he noticed. Okay. Is everything all right, Miss Susato? Well, I was just thinking it's a little strange, that's all. Mr. Garadib, you were up here in your room all evening, if I've understood correctly.
Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg.
Then, how is it that you seem to know? The precise movements of your tenant on the ground floor, I mean. That's a very good point. I can't imagine you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. Does this old man like to spy on his tenants? Oh my god, he's so evil. Mr. Garadeb, don't spy on people. He's like those fucking... Never buy an Airbnb, because those motherfuckers put cameras in those things all the time, and they're usually allowed to. Depends on the state, but there's a lot of states in the US that have one-way consent laws when it comes to recording. So if you're in somebody's house, they can just record you. So if you're in their Airbnb, they can just spy on you. Also, Airbnbs just suck in general. Fuck them. I've always been a hotel stan. I always like hotels better. But I just like hotels in general. The two-headed axe. Oh, hell yeah. Last time I saw you play Chivalry, you were using rapier against the guy with the two-headed axe. I remember that. He tried to hit you in the head with it.
I say, I know what you're thinking, and it's a bawdy outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying on my tenants. Why would I?
I do like two-headed axes. They're pretty cool. They're so impractical, but they're really cool looking. How did you know, Mr. Garadeb?
It's the gas, woman. The gas tells me everything.
Okay, so yeah, it was the gas. I was right. I usually am, but he has just confirmed that I was right as always. As I always am. I was correct again. So thank you, Mr. Garadeb, for confirming. What on earth do you mean, sir? How can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything?
Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes.
Yes, I'd more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe to the main gas outside. And the gas company supplies gas to the properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too.
Let me see if I can explain. As Sarah was to light the gas lamps up here, what do you suppose would happen?
Well, obviously the room would get brighter.
Exactly, and at the same time, the lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment.
Oh, interesting. What? They dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual, and that reduces the amount of gas in the pipe for the other lamps. That might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course, because everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Yeah, Reanimated, but you got owned. You actually got fucking owned. You got banned for being toxic. You were being so toxic when you did that. That's awesome. Yeah, back to Corbin is pretty awesome. Speak of the Corbin. To this day, scholars have just always wondered what the Corbin is, but nobody can figure it out. Nobody has cracked the riddle as to the secret identity of the Corbin. They got that at Elden Ring too. In DS3, they had, I think even in DS2 maybe, they have the Lucerne, which is a backwards back to Corbin. Well, it's like, it's slightly different, I guess. It's technically its own weapon. Lucerne is a real weapon. It's named after the place. The lake, I tell you. Is this series like a modern Carmen Sandiego? Kind of. It is a mystery, but instead of chasing one person, you are like a fake defense attorney, if that makes sense. Like a very, very fictionalized version of a defense attorney's job. So basically the flow is there's a big murder. You investigate it for whatever reason, even though you're a lawyer. And then your client is like really, really implicated. And your job is to get them off the hook, which in this universe entails finding out who really did it. Like in this universe, they will assume you're guilty until you can undeniably prove who did it and how, like who the actual murderer is. It's not enough to say my guy couldn't have done it. You have to actually like figure out who did it basically for pretty much every case. Otherwise they won't believe. They'll be like, nah, it was still your guy though. So it's basically like wrapping up all of the legal process into one character, which is fun. You get to play, the first part is like you're a detective, then you play defense attorney, then you play prosecutor, like all in the same case as the same character. It's pretty fun. It's a fun game flow. Everything's connected to a single supply pipe. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Is that supposed to happen though? It sounds rather undesirable.
Jolly good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes in these parts are pretty hopeless, long worn out, and barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they glow brighter in the rest of the house.
Ah, right, I see. So by watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can determine what's happening elsewhere.
You've got it!
Oh, of course, because when people come back home in the evening, before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. I got a text back, by the way. Remember earlier when I said that I butt dialed somebody and called them? It turns out that I got the text back now. But luckily, thank goodness, I have been fucking inundated with spam texts lately, so I called one of those. I called this fucking stupid spammer woman who has been like calling me every fucking day. So she got a little taste of her own medicine. They got my information from when I was looking for an internship. So before I started my internship, I had to like send out a bunch of applications to all these random websites. And they have my shit, and so then they just like sell it to the highest bidder, and so there's just fucking tons. There's a deluge of people just spamming me. Just random texts. It's not even related either. It's just like random spam calls now, like every day. It's super annoying. What they're guaranteed to do is either lights or their lamps first. So luckily they were like so high up in my contacts list because of that I called them. Otherwise it would have been like a real human getting called from my butt. Clever.
In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. By watching the lights in here closely, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house.
Gosh, that's fascinating, Mr. Garrideb. Absolutely fascinating.
Oh, well, nothing to it, really.
And I can't really see how that's going to help us with the case either. What I'd like to know is why Mr. Garrideb is so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Interesting. There's a lull in the storm, and now Yoda's got her ears perked up, and she's going to go investigate the door. She's trying to decide if she wants to go back, you know, leave this room, or if she wants to cower in here for a little while longer. We saw all this stuff during the other case. There was another case with this guy, and so we've already seen all of his shit. Yeah, his broken bottles and everything. That was from the last game. They are getting a lot of reuse of assets in this game, my god. This game so far has, I think, been literally all reused assets. Have they introduced a single new character the entire time? I think in the first case there was like a guy with a camera that's new. That's about it. Good to see Mr. Garrett's Medal of Honor is still proudly displayed on the wall. The inscription reads, for distinguished participation, if you remember. I remember, because I remember thinking even I might stand a chance of picking up honors like that.
Wouldn't it know to look at me, perhaps, but I had my devil-may-care days, you know.
Devil-may-care? What did you get up to? He has no answer.
Well, all in the past now, of course. All best left there.
Best not. I want to know now. Anything else we could do with the gas? Where is his light? I can't help but notice that his wall lamp, like, isn't here. I guess they didn't want to add it. Honestly, it is insane how... This is literally just Majora's Mask, but for Ace Attorney. Like, all of the backgrounds, all of the locations, all of the characters, almost everything so far has been reused from the first game. It's pretty nuts. It is shocking. Let's present him with some stuff. What do you know about this envelope, huh? Oh, let's see if we can glean anything from the envelope first. I never examined it further. It looks, I'm not gonna lie, I know they said this is an envelope, but it looks like it's also made of soap, if you ask me. Oh, I see, it's supposed to be hollow. I thought it was all one solid piece. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with a letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. Okay, that's just rude. You could also just be a hoe. I open letters like that too, and I don't have an unrefined temperament, you fuck! Say I'm quick to anger! No! I just rip it open because it's way easier. All you have to do is like tear the very edge and you won't tear the letter and you get it open real easy. Everybody does that. Who in this day and age is a fucking letter opener? Judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Miss Susato, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You can never read too much of it, never! Good observation. Good observation, Susato. Okay, I guess we'll move on from this guy for now. We'll come back to you later, Garrett, because you seem very suspicious still. Let's go to Briar Road. Scene of the stabbing of Olive Green. I did steal the soap, yeah, I stole the soap from the crime scene like a god. Like, oh look, there's the soap on the windowsill, I see it. That first floor window there on the middle of the screen with the green thing in front of it, that's our murder location. That is the first floor of this apartment building is where our victim's body is. He's right in there rotten as we speak. And there's a banged up bicycle in front of it too. I remember that bicycle. That was in the last game as well. Did anything change here? I don't think so. I remember the snowman. Hello, snowman. Everybody waved to the snowman. He was there last time too. Oh, bump, bump. There always seems to be a bicycle outside the Garrett residence. I read that bicycles are extremely popular all over Great Britain. That one seems very warped, though, especially the front wheel. Is that to make it more of a challenge to ride, do you think? No, I'm afraid that may be a result of the rider's incompetence. For the front wheel to be so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider may have been similarly afflicted. Oh, got his ass. And there's a good chance Mr. Natsume has been practicing on this bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear you may be right. With the exception of the top floor, where Mr. and Mr. Garrett live, Mr. and Mrs., all the windows are bricked up. Yes, that's because of an old window tax that was charged on the number of windows a property had. In order to pay less tax, the poorer members of society filled in many of their windows. But the tax has since been abolished, hasn't it? So the windows could all be opened up again, surely. Unfortunately, it would appear the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for people like poor Mr. Natsume, who have to live all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price you pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. It all seems rather pointless when you put it like that. Alright, let's get out of here. Turn of the century England was not a friendly place for poor people. You did not want to be a poverty-stricken turn of the century Englishman. That is not a good life. Being poor basically sucks throughout all of history, but it was especially pretty shitty then. Get fucking smoke all up in your lungs with your Mary Poppins ass job. That's no fun. Got your fucking little kids doing child labor and shit. Okay, let's move on from here. I honestly don't think there's anything important here. But we can come back if we get stuck. No, I'm not talking to the snowman. I refuse to talk to the snowman. Not after what he said to me. He said the G slur to me. G-O-O-F. 21st February. He's gone. Where is he? Oh, shit. Let's go back to Miss Green's hospital room then. Maybe she's back. Nope. Hello, mouse. Everybody wave to the mouse, too. The mouse is just having fun there on the floor. Hi, Yoda. Hey, come here. Come here. There, good girl. Sholmes is sweet. I could go talk to Sholmes, I guess, but I don't think he's even gonna be home. I might actually have to talk to the snowman. Oh, no, I was supposed to go here. Good. 21st February. Sholmes is sweet. I was not supposed to go here. I was wrong. She's playing the electric keyboard. Oh, Sholmes isn't here. I don't care about Iris. Iris? That's incredible concentration, that is. She ignored me. Next time I get straight up ignored, I'm just gonna say, wow, what incredible concentration. Many partner and affiliate level Twitch streamers have received improved offers for running ads in the month of September 2022. Yeah, they've been really trying to get people to run tons of ads on Twitch. It's crazy. It's not even September exclusive. It's just like an even bigger offer in September. But basically, the baseline deal, which is what I'm doing, just for some behind the scenes, is you can have your ads set to minimum, which I do, which I think by default is like 1 or 2 automatic ad breaks an hour, which is still a decent amount of ads, but that's like the lowest level you can do. And that includes pre-rolls. If anybody comes into your stream for the first time, they have to sit through like that 15-30 second pre-roll ad. First time for the day anyway. And so if you run manual ads, you can get rid of pre-rolls, which I try to do every once in a while. Like whenever I'm gonna be gone anyway, I run a 1 minute 30 second ad, because if you run a 1 minute 30 second manual ad, you have the most bang for your buck. Basically what happens is it turns off pre-roll ads for the next 30 minutes. And after that, there's no more returns. So a minute 30 is the longest ad that still gives you a bonus. But if you run that 1 minute 30 second ad, then you get no pre-roll ads for the next 30 minutes, which is really great, because then people can come in and check out the stream and like hang out for a bit if they want to without having to sit through a fucking ad break just to see if they want to come in the first place. I fucking hate pre-roll ads, I'll tell you that. Pre-roll ads suck so bad. So I try to take advantage of that when I can. Like anytime I have to go get water or anything, any reason to be gone for more than a minute, I'll always run a minute 30 second ad to nuke the pre-rolls. But what they want you to do, the new deal Walk Up E's talking about, is that you can run like tons of fucking ads. If you do their suggested one, which is like a ton of automatic and manual ads, they've offered like way more CPM. But it's generally not worth it at all. Like, unless you're a huge streamer, you're gonna make peanuts off of ads anyway. And like, nobody likes sitting through ads. Nobody likes sitting through ads. So yeah, there's not really much point to it as far as I can tell. It's a live service too. Like, commercials in a live service make no sense to me. It makes no sense to me at all. It's really dumb. It's like, if you miss something important, you're just fucked. You're just like, could you go redo the last fucking 2 minutes of this game? I missed it because the fucking ad for KFC played. Yeah, so I try to do ads as little as possible, but it's still a ton of ads. That's just Twitch. And they're trying to get you to do it even more. They're trying to incentivize streamers to run like even more ads, which is pretty obscene. That's incredible concentration, that is. It makes sense from their point of view, but I don't know. I wish they would just run banner ads. It baffles me that Twitch does not have non-intrusive forms of ads, like pop-up bars or banner ads. They just always go for commercials. Which again, in a live format, make no sense. I really disagree with that decision. But I guess that's why they don't pay me the big bucks to choose how ads work on Twitch. That's incredible concentration, that is. I find it quite remarkable how she can focus on so many different things at once. Perhaps I should try drinking more herbal tea. Here's a conspiracy I have. Now, this is a conspiracy I have that I can't prove, but like if I was in the world of Ace Attorney for Twitch, I would think the reason for this huge push that they're doing for people to run more ads on their channel is because advertisers are bailing left and right from Twitch. Twitch as a platform has like become very non-advertiser friendly. If you go to the front page of Twitch, like half of it is hot tub streams, half of it is like sexual ASMR, half of it is like hyper-violent video games. It's probably hard to keep sponsors as a company. So, especially the sexual stuff, like companies really do not like that. So it's probably a pushback against the fact that some sponsors have been jumping ship, if I had to guess. But again, I don't know. I don't have access to that backroom information. Non-intrusive ads are a dying breed. They really are. Hey, thanks Sausage Toast for sending Wakapi a gift sub. Wakapi, thank the man. Wakapi, go ahead and thank the man. He's gonna thank him. A blend, third from the right, would be good for you, Runo. Oh, Iris? This girl is destined for great things, I'm sure. Is she? She doesn't really do anything. It's the bust of Napoleon! I want to talk to the bust of Napoleon. Look at all these mementos. It's not gonna mention it, damn it. Hey, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub to Wade as well. Thanks, Sausage Toes. Sausage Toes hype. You remember the... There was this guy with a robot voice who said Sausage Toes hype. It was fucking awesome. We rated like a musical streamer one time. And he started playing a fucking sweet-ass song. You know, Miss Susato's eyes still sparkle every time she lays eyes on them. But yours don't, do they, Rudo? Well, I have read The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes now, by order of Miss Susato. But the trouble is, having seen the real thing in action, somehow the stories don't quite ring true for me. Well, he does solve the cases, in the end. I suppose so. Perhaps there's more to the great detective than meets the eye. What this thing is, something got thrown in the trash. Okay. Anything else? Nothing else looks amiss to me. There's his violin. Okay, let's head out of here then. I am definitely missing something, but what am I missing? I could definitely present something to Garrett. I'll try that real fast too. Show him the soap. I'll show him the envelope and the soap. Mr. Garrett, could I show you this? Been quite a couple of days, as you can imagine. I'm afraid I'm rather tired. Haven't really got the energy in the old eyeballs, to be honest with you. Some other time, then. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Here, take the bar of soap, too. Mr. Garrett, can I show you this? Nah, he won't look at the bar of soap. Okay. He does not want to look at any of the evidence right now, which is totally fair. He doesn't feel like it. If I could find Miss Green, that would be great. I'd like to talk to her in the context of all this murder. I guess I'll talk to the snowman. The Garrett household and Mr. Natsume's lodgings are in a prominent position there on the corner. Sometimes when I look at the building, I can't help feeling that it's a bit of a slant. It does rather look as though it would collapse even in the smallest earthquake, doesn't it? And isn't it supposed to be haunted as well? I think I might have a hunch as to why Sozeki-san is such a hunched back. William Robbins. Why has somebody built this snowman on some sort of pedestal, do you think? That's not a pedestal, Mr. Naruhodo. That's part of the snowman's body. Really? But isn't it already perfectly have a good body? Well, it's true that British snowmen are usually made of 2 balls of snow. Perhaps this is a foreigner. And now we're looking at him as if he's strange. Poor man, I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen that are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs. Suzato, I'm pretty sure people have more than those body parts. I can't be positive, but I'm almost positive that people have more than just a head, a torso, and legs. Miss Suzato has been playing far too much Among Us recently. You ever think that perhaps you think about things too much? Suzato definitely does get lost in her own head. You could tell she's a space cadet for sure. She's 100% a space cadet. Yeah, I'm a Snowman believer as well for sure. The 3-part one. In Animal Crossing, that always fucked me up as a kid. Was I'm pretty sure in Animal Crossing it's 2-ball snowmen. And so I was never prepared. You'd roll up one ball, then roll up the other ball and put the head on, and it would be like, you did it, it's done now. And I'd say, bitch, it's done when I say it's done. But the game would disagree. It wouldn't let me put any snowballs on top anymore. I never agreed with it. It's 3-ball or nothing. You can't half-ass a snowman. London's blanketed in fog again today, and the sky is covered in cloud. But if you look carefully in the distance, you can just make out the Crystal Tower being built. Oh yeah, the Crystal fucking Tower. I forgot about that shit. Yeah, that was the whole thing about the last game, wasn't it? That there was some sort of fair festival gonna happen? The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Everyone's talking about the Great Exhibition of London at the moment, it seems. Well, it's to be the largest event of its kind anywhere in the world, with technology and scientists from all over. Interesting. So that means if this flashback is 9 months ago, right? This current case we're doing? That means in the present timeline with Suzato doing her case from the opening of the game, the very first case, the World's Fair already happened 3 months ago. Weird. I wonder why it's not even mentioned in that first case. Maybe it's not as important as I'm making it seem like. Maybe it's really not that big of a deal as it seems to. I don't know, it seems like a big deal though. I can't wait for it myself. Do you think visiting students from the Far East like us will be granted entry? The last great exhibition that was held in London had more than 6 million visitors. That's way too many visitors, I don't even believe that. I don't even believe that that's true. And this time, the British are determined to make an even bigger success, to outdo the Paris Exposition. I see. That's an incredible number of people. Oh, it's 4 months ago. Okay, my bad. 4 months ago. Gotcha. My bad. So there's still 2 months to the Great Exposition. The Great Expedition. The fucking, yeah, that's right, because the 9 months ago number they threw out was the first case. It was between the first case from the first game and the first case from this game. This is like one of the last cases of the first game. This is so confusing, dude. This is so confusing. Yeah, they're going on a great expedition, if you could believe that. And with so many people expected to attend, we should easily be able to slip in unnoticed. Listen, do I believe that the Great Expedition happened? Maybe. Sure. I guess I could believe that, kind of. But 6 million visitors? I don't know. Have you seen the pictures of the smokestacks from the Crystal Tower? I'm just saying. I'm just asking questions. Why is everybody so mad when I'm just asking questions? 6 million visitors, 600 visitors, what's the difference? We should be able to slip in undetected. There's always the honest approach of buying tickets at the main entrance, Mr. Naruhodo. I guess that's true. She's made a fine point there. Okay, there's nothing out here. I'm officially stuck for the first time in this game. We've reached the point where I'm fucking stuck again. I probably missed something in Mr. Sham's speech. Either that or I have to re-examine all of the Gyarados shit, but I hope that's not the case. Because I already did all that in the first game. I probably do. I'm gonna go back to Mr. Gyarados' room. Can't examine the candle still, huh? Candle seems important. Do-do-do. Ah yes, those enormous mortar shells. It's quite something seeing them up close, isn't it? Didn't you say something about firing them into the barracks, Mr. Gyarados?
Ah, you remember, do you? Just a little mishap that occurred during training one day. When What are you doing firing on your own men? The captain bellowed at me.
I'm not surprised. A little mishap doesn't really do it justice, does it?
Well, one has these little incidents when one's a hot-headed young private.
Perhaps I should put some evidence that resulted from one of my little mishaps on display. Oh, does the great lawyer, like the great detective, want to exhibit some trophies of his finest moments? I don't. Aha, books. That's probably important. Oh, a copy of Ranced Magazine. The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes is being read all over London. Isn't it wonderful?
Naturally, as one asks oneself if such a singular detective could really exist. But having met the chap, it's undeniable. He is most certainly singular. Singularly dangerous.
That's genuine public opinion for you, Mr. Zato. Perhaps it should be reflected in the stories? Make no mistake, Mr. Naruhodo. I intend to snuff out the sort of public opinion we just heard personally. I'm starting to see where Mr. Sholmes' untainted reputation comes from now. You know what that screen is hiding now? The aftermath of the fiery altercation the other day. That was from the last game.
I don't suppose I'll be able to clear that mess up for some time now.
Oh dear, this must be a very difficult situation for you.
I'll say, people talk about twists of fate and whatnot. But this is a twist and a half, a rotten show all around.
He's clearly struggling with everything that's happened. I still don't see, you'd think I need to find the gas thing, right? But, oh, I'm such a hoe, dude. I guarantee you that's what I've missed. Hang on, we'll come back to Gyarados' room if I need to, but on Briar Road, we could probably see the gas main that they were talking about. That's probably what it wants me to look at. I didn't see anything out here, but they keep talking about the gas main outside, like it's super important. If I were a gas main, where would I be hiding? Do you think that Gucci Mane's flatulent brother is known as Gassy Mane? YN? I don't see it. I'm gonna be honest. I do not see the gas main. Maybe it doesn't want me to look at that. I already checked out everything else of note. Okay, let's go back to Mr. Stupid-ass Gyarados' room. I hate you, Mr. Gyarados. I always have and I always will. Natsumi, are you in prison yet? God damn it. There's Gyarados. I really, truly don't know where his, I'm just gonna do us all a favor. I'm just gonna mash through all of the dialogue of examining Mr. Gyarados' room, which we already fucking did in the last game. And that way I can, see if we find any new information. But do it really quick like. Because I truly don't know what I'm missing here. I found several really important things. I found that piece of envelope. I found the broken windows with the soap behind them. But what I haven't found is the guy who's going to be interrogated at the police station. He hasn't shown up yet. And Miss Green, who is, like, missing. She left her hospital bed. Which seems bad, because they specifically left a note behind that said, don't let people wander around the hospital. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing. I already tried presenting shit to Mr. Gyarados, too. She did, in dialogue, subtly prod me to present this guy with something, so maybe I should try again, presenting him with stuff. But it was probably most likely just flavor text. I'll try, though. Present him with an armband. No, he doesn't want to look at it. Mr. Gyarados hates it. Mr. Gyarados definitely hates it. Yeah, he doesn't want to look at anything, man. I really like the art style in these games. It's really fun. It's so cartoony. I love it. My favorite, like, quote-unquote anime Japan aesthetic is always when it's, like, full-on cartoony. The more it looks like real people, it's more boring to me. But like, this is just almost boardwalk caricatures-esque. Okay, so this guy does not have fucking anything to tell me. I could have also missed something in Shamspear's room, I guess. Or what? There's no converse in this room either. Nothing here, nothing there, nothing there. Aha! The teacup! The teacup is separate from his corpse. That's what I missed. God damn it. Ah, one of the teacups that Mr. Shamspear and his guest drank from last night. But don't go drinking from them, Mr. Naruhodo. There's bitter poison inside. I'm not planning on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. It's true. So one was Mr. Shamspear's, and the other must be the cup that Mr. Natsume was drinking from. But Sozeki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. Perhaps we should take these so we can examine them in more detail later. The pair of teacups. Aha! The one with the green line around the rim was Mr. Natsume's. Interesting. So, based on what we know, just based on what we've been told, I'm starting to get a slight idea of what might have happened. We'll see. This may be jumping the gun a little bit, but think about this, right? What we heard from Mr. Garadeb, if we're going to believe him, is that the lights were all off last night, right? Like, while this was going down, it seems like the lights were all off in this dude's room. So maybe what was actually going down was people were trying to poison Natsume and accidentally poisoned this guy instead. Like, possibly his own self, possibly somebody else, but maybe it was a case of mistaken identity, like giving the wrong cup to the wrong person because you couldn't see the markings on it. If it was dark enough, you wouldn't have been able to tell which cup you were using. They're identical aside from the coloration, it seems like. Yeah, Naruhodo definitely, he's a fucking fiend, man. He's absolutely a public nuisance. He exclusively steals evidence. That's literally all he does. This is the teacup from which Mr. Natsume was drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. I suppose he must have drunk the contents before the tea had a chance to leave the mark. I always gulp it down too. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if you sip it little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea.
There is no tea ring on the inside of Master Natsume's cup. Interesting.
This must be the cup that Mr. Shamspear was drinking from. It's stained on the inside. Tea does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. Oh, really? I've never noticed before. You never noticed? Well, I never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like to gulp it down. You just said that, Mr. Naruhodo. So many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture, and most of them are Japanese. I'm definitely what's known as I don't drink tea, but I'm definitely a coffee sipper. I don't like to drink coffee when it's piping hot. I like to drink it when it's a little cooler. A little bit cooler. I like it slightly warm style. Otherwise, it burns me tongue. Looks like you're having a good snoop around then, eh? It's Gregson, he's back, baby, in his Hanneman cosplay. Inspector Gregson, back so soon? After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard. I watched the original Resident Evil movie adaptation. Yeah, that one's fun. I do think that one's pretty fun. All the sequels afterwards really stink, but that original one is fun. I do like it as well. It's a goofy-ass adaptation, but I think it works. Like, I get why people are mad about it, because it definitely does not have the same vibe as Resident Evil, but it's like the same idea, right? It's like, it's goofy in its own way. It's just goofy in a very different way than the mainline game. But make no mistake, Resident Evil has been goofy since literally the first installment. The first installment involves fighting a giant, supersized, like house-sized anaconda in an ancient library in the top of a mansion. Like, it's always been dumb. It has cyber-engineered super sharks swimming around in a secret facility under the mansion you have to fight. Like, it's always been dumb. Tortured by cold coffee, cold brew. I've never had cold brew before. I've never had anything fancy. I don't like, ever get coffee at places, usually, I'll just have I have a French press, so I just press my own coffee. And it always comes out hot when I do that. I never make it no other different way, or put nothing in it. I just drink it black. Black coffee. I have coffee in very specific circumstances. For example, there's like a Moroccan restaurant I go to sometimes, and they have really good coffee there. That you're kind of meant to eat the food there with the coffee. So I'll get it in those sorts of situations, but most of the time, news flash, I just have regular black coffee.
In 5 minutes' time, this place will be cordoned off by the yard.
Oh, I see. Well, you better be leaving then. Poor Mr. Natsumi must be feeling very low, being back in a cell again so soon. I should try cold brew, though. I'd probably like it better than hot brew. Because all I do is wait for it to get fucking cold anyway, like a fool. Like a fool brew. Half and half and dark chocolate syrup. Ooh, that sounds good as hell. That's like a frappuccino, basically. That's dope. It's Frappuccino season. If you work at Starbucks, you actually have to fucking hear the Lord of the Rings orc music playing right now. That shit says ba 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 dun 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 because the white women are emerging. The white women are fucking emerging from their hibernation as soon as the season starts, because this is when the pumpkin spice lattes come back. It's this time of year. It might have already happened, it might be coming up, but they're coming for you. They're gonna show up in JanSport backpacks and yoga pants, and you have to be ready. If you work there, you have to be ready. They're gonna be wearing their North Faces. You have to be ready for them. The horde approaches. The horde fast fucking approaches. They say meat's back on the menu, boys, but they're actually talking about lattes. I drink unsweet cold tea. Tea! You're un-American, reanimated bit. Don't ever fucking show your face to me again until you start drinking coffee. That's some European behavior. You've been subtly manipulated by them. He has been subjected to MK Ultra experiments to make him drink tea. He was strapped on a fucking table. Strapped to a gurney by big, gnarled yellow British teeth hovering over him at night. Amazon on Lord of the Rings. We watched that literally last night, and it was so fucking boring. We watched episode 1. I haven't seen episode 2, but episode 1 is fucking boring. I can't even say that it's like awful, but it's so boring. Like, it's just ugly to look at. It's boring. It's so bad. It's so bad. The thing is, it's not like offensive, right? It's not like offensively terrible, but it just does everything way worse than Lord of the Rings. So it's really not enjoyable to watch. Like, Lord of the Rings does a lot of things incredibly. Like, the set design, the costume design, just that world, the atmosphere, the characters, the music, like everything, the story. All of it is way worse. All of it is so much worse in the new Lord of the Rings Amazon show. It's really sad. They look like they're wearing fucking Party City costumes. In a movie franchise which was like notable for how amazing the costume was. The fact that they did like custom armor created for every orc so that they would look like distinct. Insane. And the Lord of the Rings Amazon show looks like they bought Lord of the Rings costumes from Amazon. It's crazy. I think it's offensive except Twitter. That is pretty true. They usually try to keep everything very middle of the road, so I guess it makes sense. Yeah, there was a nuts amount of effort put into those movies. They put a lot of money into it too, like it's pretty crazy. One of the saddest things about Lord of the Rings in retrospect that will always taint it is that like Harvey Weinstein was kind of the MVP of that franchise. He was the guy who really kind of like got it going. Like if it wasn't for him, it probably wouldn't have happened, and if it did, it would not have had nearly the amount of time and budget put into it. He was like the guy who actively fought for it in the executive side. Making sure it got the time and money it needed. So like that's why when you watch Lord of the Rings, the second the credits cut, it's just like Harvey Weinstein, big bold letters on his own slide, like at the very beginning. That is an unfortunate part of Lord of the Rings. That will always kind of be a taint on its legacy now. A taint upon its taint. But yeah, amazing movies. I fucking love Lord of the Rings. And they're so good, I don't even give a fuck about the books. I haven't even read any of the books fully because I don't like them. They're so boring. But the movies are fantastic. The books are good, they're just so long in the tooth, you know? Like every fucking thing has to get described in hyper detail. which is fun in its own way, but I feel like if I had read them when I was younger, I would have liked them more. Poor Mr. Natsumi must be feeling very low being back in a cell again so soon. I'm sure we should probably go. Oh, he's alive! He's alive, baby! What the fuck? He made it! He's back! He heard people talking about Amazon Lord of the Rings and he wants to watch it so bad. What's wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Kya! He's gonna die again for sure. But first he wants to put on a show. Out, out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player. The struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Poor Shamspear, dude, he's put out the performance of his fucking life. Now, how soundeth the next part? Isatayo, told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed. Oh, happy day. He's gone, baby. He's gone for good this time. What? Walking Dead! Poor Shamspear, dude. At least he got to go out like a real G this time. Every actor should die on stage, I've always said. But after every actor's greatest performance, they should be put down like a horse. Interesting. So let's see which part of Shamspear he chose to quote. Out, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Interesting. Tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. I know it was probably metaphorical, but he did use the word candle. I still personally think the candle is going to be really important. Walking Dead! Poor Shamspear. The fella isn't dead at all! Oh, I thought he died again. What was that nonsense he was saying, though? I think it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth. It was. Zoinks! Zombie Scoob! He does have a bit of a Joker persona to him, too, yeah. He's like medieval Joker. If Joker said out, bat spot instead, it would definitely be that guy, for real. Like 100%. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Have you seen those fucking dipshits? Okay, this actually makes me so fucking mad. This makes me so mad that I'm gonna go on a fucking rant. There are these people who keep reposting this fucking picture and trying to tell everybody that Batman is secretly an Aztec god or a Mayan god, some sort of like proto-Mexican god. And it's not real. It's so stupid. I'm gonna look up Aztec Batman. There's these fucking idiots who post this like every 5 minutes on the internet. It's not real. It's literally not real. They post a picture of like a Batman hood, but designed like it was made by an Aztec, and it's like a fucking art piece from 2005. It's literally an art piece from 2005, and they attribute it to being like a completely unrelated god who looks nothing like that and say that it's Batman. Like that Batman stole it from the Aztecs. I'm trying to find this because it makes me so mad. It actually makes me so fucking mad. It's so dumb. God damn it, they're making a movie about it, so now I can't find any information on the post. Why are they making a movie about it? It's not real. It's Mayan. Okay, it's Mayan, not Aztec.
But you are Mexican.
But you are Mexican, Batman. Yeah, Batman's secretly a Mexican god. Yeah, it's Mayan. Sorry, not Aztec. I might have said Mayan. I can't remember. Dude, it's so... It was made in 2014. It was made in 2014. Bro, so stupid. Fuck you, internet. You have to be the fucking biggest tool to believe it, though, because it literally does not look like an ancient artifact. It looks like an art. I'm posting it in the Discord, and I'm posting it in the stream chat. That's how mad I am about this. So dumb. Like, you have to be a complete... Okay, it didn't work. The link broke. Don't click on that. That's gonna take you to bigblackasphalt.net if you click on that. The link definitely broke.
But you are Mexican.
Stop! No more Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, it's not real. It's not real, and if you think it's real, you've been trolled. You've been fooled by the internet. It's a fucking art piece from 2014, and people say that it's a real sculpture. People say that it's a real sculpture and just post a picture of that exact artifact. It's not. It's literally not created. It was created as an art piece. But what I'm saying is people on the internet post that image and try to tell people that Batman is based on this ancient Mayan statue. People think that it's legitimately the inspiration for Batman. It's clearly based on Batman, the sculpture. And they're like, no, you see, Batman was based on this ancient Mayan god that looks exactly like Batman. It's so stupid. It makes me so mad. It links to the big She-Hulk ass. It does. Dude, the,
John, you suck.
Stop! No, I'm right! I'm always right! And the internet is the one who's wrong. They try to say that that shit's real. There's another one that always pisses me off, but I can't remember what it is. You'll see this like every other week. On especially like Twitter and shit. They'll always post that Mayan Batman. The mummy, Ramses II's mummy. There's another thing that's like an artistic recreation of Ramses II's mummy. It's like a fake wax mummy. And people keep posting this fucking image of that mummy and then some guy who tried to make a face based on it. That's me right now. I'm fucking raging. Motherfucker! And it's not the real mummy. They're making this is what he would have looked like if he was alive, based on this like fake wax mummy. I'm gonna make sure it's Ramses II, but I believe it is. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, there's like a wax sculpture that some guy made of Ramses II, and people will make facial recreations based on that wax sculpture. It'd be like, this is what Ramses II would have looked like if he was alive, instead of using the real mummy. It's stuff that only makes me mad because I'm like a weird nerd who's obsessed with history stuff, but I hate that shit. It's so annoying. A soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5. Shakespeare. So it was that the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. Yeah, Shakespeare's back, baby. He's like the Ramses II wax mummy. He never really died. Pick the Discord. Yes, that's literally exactly what I'm referencing. Not a real mummy. Not a real mummy. He's like a recreation. I can't remember if he's like a wax sculpture or if he was for a passport photo, but yeah, he's not the real mummy. He's like a prop. They had to move, I remember they had to move his body at some point. So they needed like a little passport thing, so they whipped up a little fake wax thing. So it might be that. But yeah, it's not him. It's not real. But that is the picture I'm talking about that people always say is him. Like, this is what he would have looked like. It looks exactly, it doesn't look like that, bro. He was a fucking mummy. He was a mummy. There is a photo of the real mummy you can find online, and it looks similar. But that thing is not real. It's like fake. It's like the fucking Batman shit. The victim, Mr. William Shakespeare, came back to life. If the man had indeed been poisoned, it transpired that it hadn't killed him. He was taken by emergency carriage to a nearby hospital for treatment. And Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime. Whatever that now was. Are you my mummy? Was that from Doctor Who? Is that the Muppet? Bro, the Muppet's back. The Muppet wants to watch Doctor. Are you watching the Doctor in there? Can I come in and watch your telly? What was that other show called? Can we watch Coronation Street, mate? 21st February, Briar Road. Whatever do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I heard the funniest British slander the other day that I really hope is true. I can't prove this. It wasn't the other day, it was a long time ago. Somebody told me this, I don't remember who, but there was the rumor happened. I can't verify this, so take it with 80 grains of salt. That the show fucking Coronation Street in England is so popular that every time it aired, they would have to borrow power from France because every person in England had the fucking television spirit bomb and they all had their TVs on at the same time. And they used all of England's electricity to watch their stupid fucking television show. What a strange situation for Mr. Natsume. Arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. I think perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. It seems very likely that Mr. Shamspear did consume poison as we deduced. And it was an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder. Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. Yeah, see, I believe it too. It seems believable. It seems like something British people would do. British television is expanding. The first one to breach containment was Doctor Who. Doctor Who breached containment many years ago. And since then, the floodgates have kind of opened and British television has invaded other European countries and America. Even my mom, like she these days, I think still watches like British mystery shows. There's like a bunch of British detective shows they make over there. My mom watches like all that shit. I personally refuse to watch any British television because it's not made in America, so it doesn't get the seal of approval. But my mom was definitely affected by the virus. Which is, it's hard though, because America, we don't really produce any detective fiction or crime fiction here ourselves. You really have to go overseas for that, which is sad. We used to for a while. There was like a big resurgence in the mid-2000s. There was like a Monk and Burn Notice and stuff like that. CSI is always a big one, but that's been running for like 20 years. But yeah, we don't really do it anymore. I don't know the last time America had a big crime show come out. I miss them. Remix definitely hates the Brits, because he's French as hell. France and British have the oldest beef known to mankind. They have the oldest beef that stretches back the farthest ever. Until the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Mr. Natsume in custody. I suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Oh, what's this? It's the Muppet. Here comes the Muppet, baby. Muppet babies. What's that man doing over there? He looks like he's trying to see into Soseki-san's lodgings. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? There he is. Oh, he's covering up his own face with his text box. Oh, there he goes. He fucking faded into oblivion like a force ghost. He just ran off. I feel sure that I've seen that man somewhere before. It was in the last game, Susato, you fool. I do too, but I don't remember. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak with Mr. Natsume again. A good idea. Okay, Mr. Natsume, here we come. Woo! Ah, poor Mr. Natsume, he's facing the wall. Face the wall, please. He has a giant ring on his back, if you can tell. If you actually pull on that ring as hard as you can and you really believe it himself, if you release it, he will in fact say, "You're my favorite deputy." It's a little known fact that there's a snake in his sandal. Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you? That was a Woody the Sheriff reference, if that wasn't clear.
Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Oh, yes?
What is he? Tell me! Is he a ghost? Is he here to hunt me?
Let me guess, you're talking about Mr. Sholmes. He actually calls himself a great detective, Mr. Natsume, not a ghost.
But his diabolic deductions, they're not of this world. They've left me. Cursed! I'm cursed, I tell you.
Well, that sort of hurts. Credit where it's due, Mr. Naruhodo. You were heavily involved in the deduction, too. Nah, that was all Sholmes, baby. He nailed it. First try. Yes, moving on. We have some wonderful news. Yeah, I wrote Andy on the bottom of this guy's shoes to go with his pull string. You're my favorite deputy. Man, Toy Story is so good. I love Toy Story. Toy Story 1 and 2 are just awesome. I remember liking Toy Story 3, but I haven't seen it in ages, so I couldn't tell you. And then Toy Story 4 is just kind of I forgot everything that happens. I remember like nothing about Toy Story 4. I did see it. I did watch Toy Story 4. But it was kind of like not much really happens. I think he goes and meets Little Bo Peep. About it. I don't remember.
Moving on, we have some wonderful news. Oh.
The victim that we all thought was dead has come back to life again. Now, in the absolutely worst case, you can only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume?
It's terrible.
Oh,
I'm stuck in the shell, suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick.
It's really coincidental that he says S sounds so much. That worked out pretty well. You didn't see Toy Story 4? Banned. That's an instant ban from the channel. Nah, you're not missing anything. Toy Story 4 was not that good. It's just kind of boring. It's not bad. I mean, none of the Toy Story movies are bad, but it just isn't that, they all have something really charming about them, you know? And Toy Story 4 to me just didn't feel super charming. I didn't get too much out of it. I love Toy Story 1. Toy Story 1 is so funny, even to this day. Like, Woody is just such a bitch. Woody is such a fucking hoe. It's so funny. He is such a little petty motherfucker that he actively tries to murder somebody for getting more attention than him. I love it. He's such a diva. He is such a little gossip girl. Like, he is just the most effeminate man of all time, and I'm so there for him. He was jealous of Buzz getting attention, so he tries to kill him with a fucking boulder like Indiana Jones. It's fucking phenomenal. It's a great movie. And they go on that road trip to Pizza Planet? Yeah, that movie fucks. Toy Story gets pussy every day of its life, I swear to God. That was the first one as well. Yeah, Sid's Toys was in the first one. That was, I think, after Pizza Planet, maybe before. They get stuck at Sid's house, and he was going to turn them into a horrible monster and blow them up. Yeah, that part rules too. The little baby head on the metal spider. God, that's such a good movie. Toy Story rocks. It might be my favorite Pixar. I like Monsters, Inc. a lot too.
Put that thing back where it came from, oh so help me.
I really appreciate those early Pixar movies because they were very, they were almost kind of like cynical in a way, you know? It was very weird. Like, they were all kids' movies, but the characters were all just very, like, schemy and backbitey for some reason. It's really funny. They were, like, very real personalities. They were like, oh, gee gosh, fellas, where should we go next? They were mostly just trying to kill each other with boulders.
You're a killer. Why the mustache? Confess. Constant questions.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, that's selfish shyster. Make up your mind. Are you dead or alive? If you were gonna come back to life, why bother dying? Wickedly wishy-washy William.
He is a bit of a wishy-washy William, to be honest. It seems Mr. Shamspeare was never dead in the first place.
Ah, yes, that might make sense. And I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Our lively debate last night was much fun. I'd be sad to think it was our last.
Oh, they were probably debating the finer points of Shakespeare literature. Of course. That makes sense. You are a toy. Yeah, Toy Story is so good. Toy Story 2 also rocks. That's a great movie. I can't believe I have to go all the way to work on a Saturday. All the way. You got the fucking Woody's Roundup. Welcome to Woody's Roundup. Come on and bring your something. Jessie the yodeling cowgirl. Yeah, that movie rocks. Toy Story 2 owns. They have the fucking farting prospector stuck in his box, played by Frasier. That was a weird character, but I fucked with him. I fuck with the old prospector. I love that horse, too. The horse is so cute. The horse is like one of the cutest things from any movie ever. That Bullseye, the wild horse.
Our debate was so fun. I'd hate to think it was our last. Oops.
Mr. Natsume, does this mean that you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspeare, didn't you?
I'm not saying another word. I demand to have a lawyer present.
Who do you think I am? Who do you think you are? I am. I know that this guy is supposed to be Japanese, but to me, Mr. Natsume just looks Mexican, but he is Mexican. You claim to be from Japan, but you are Mexican. We need to hear your side of the story.
Ugh, why am I cursed like this?
I guess we'll talk to him. What happened, bro? Can you tell us exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume?
There's nothing to tell, but Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to...
We are eternally grateful. Yeah, baby! Swag, baby, Roo! This game brought up Toy Story all on its own. I didn't even have to make the Toy Story reference. The game did it for me. That's what those little green guys say when they're stuck in the crane game. We are eternally grateful. The Claw. Man, that movie's so good. The thing about Toy Story 1 is it's such a fucking journey, man. That movie is like so punchy. It just keeps rolling. So many movies are kind of not much happens, but Toy Story there's so much shit in that movie. It's just so fast paced. It's what I like about Pee-wee's Big Adventure too. There's like so many different set pieces, so much different shit going on throughout that movie, but it's still pretty short.
Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping me with the accursed case yesterday.
The case that saw poor Miss Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. Aw, poor Miss Green. She's so adorable. Look how cute Miss Green is. She's like a little bowling ball with a face drawn onto it. You know what she kind of looks like? You remember that meme from like 5 years ago when people would post an image of a shark with like anime girl eyes and a blush on it? She looks like if you did that to a coconut. She looks like if you took a coconut and or a watermelon and put like cute anime girl eyes on top of it blushing. That's kind of the vibe I get from Miss Green. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday.
After the trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. And that evening, at past 9 it must have been, I visited Mr. Shamspeare.
So you did go to the victim's room then? As we feared.
I didn't do anything wrong. I'd never been to his room before. It was the first time.
Then what made you decide to go?
I bumped into him when I arrived back at the house. We got chatting and it developed into a discussion. But he had to go out, so I bade him farewell.
That ties in with what Mr. Garrett have said. The victim went out and came back after 8.
We met again later that evening, around 9 or just after, when I took him some nice tea I'd brewed as a gift.
So it was you who brought the tea that had clearly been drunk at the scene? And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, were you?
Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, who was the stronger? It was a delightful debate.
I'm sure.
Such a stimulating subject, Shakespeare.
And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison into Mr. Shamspeare's tea.
No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won, that was me. And when I left his room, the flamboyant fellow was fighting fit, I swear it, categorically.
He just knew it would be suspicious if he was found out. What about your cursed existence, bro? You're not that accursed, are you? Mr. Natsume, you often say the same thing about yourself, I've noticed. That you have a cursed existence.
I'm sure I've mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me.
It can be very trying to live in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture.
There are foreigners everywhere I look. They all stare at me, they all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. Makes me scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. But even in my room, I find no respite from my fears. I've moved more times than I can remember. And then 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Row.
But why? I mean, why did you choose that place? Doesn't seem very comfortable.
Because the rent is cheap. I have so little money, it spoke to me.
The rent?
Obviously, there's a reason why it's cheap. Because the room is cursed.
Cursed? Cursed how?
The previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there.
Oh no!
He was only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why.
Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that.
I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. A horrible history is a small price to pay. When I realized it would mean I could buy more books, I signed the lease like lightning.
Brave or blinkered?
But after I moved in, I soon came to realize what I'd done. I realized how horrible that room's history really was.
Gosh, was it really so awful? Horrible history. Horrible history. Well, interesting. That still doesn't really explain why somebody would want to kill the other guy, because the other guy is not in his room. Unless it could be the case. Bear with me for a second. I'm thinking. My brain thinks slow, all right? What if the guy who was poisoned, like I was saying earlier, potentially because of the cups looking so similar. The intended victim was this guy, Natsume guy, instead of that Shakespeare dude. And someone was trying to kill him to get at his room. There's something in his room that they want. Because two people in the same exact room being targeted is like really coincidental, right? That's a lot. Or at least being in very close proximity to murder, you know? It's already a huge coincidence that these two places take place on Briar Road, these two different cases. But like, even down to the guy in that one room, that's a lot. That's very, very coincidental. And yeah, but the thing, if it is Garadeb who ends up being the killer, then that doesn't make any sense. So maybe not. We don't really have any other suspects besides Garadeb, Miss Green, and that Muppet dude so far. Those are the only three characters who have shown up that aren't really related in any other way to the case. So those are our three main suspects. And Mr. Garadeb is out if this guy's the target. Because he would have access to the room whenever the fuck he wants. He's the landlord, right? He could just say, we're gonna fumigate, get out for a week, or whatever he needed to do. But the other two, maybe, I don't know. Envelope. No, because I still don't know what the envelope or the soap would have to do if that's the case. Wait, this thing's gone now. When did that happen? When did that happen? The red thing is gone. Oh. What is it, Mr. Naruhodo? This bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in this depression here. A reddish one. Yes, you're right. I remember it too. But now the depression is completely empty. Could the disc have gone? The little reddish medallion from the sentry has mysteriously vanished. That's true. Van Dijk is very sus, for sure. He's evil as hell. He's a cursed being himself. But he hasn't even showed up in this game yet, so, you know, out of sight, out of mind. He hasn't even showed up a single time in this game. I guess he'll probably show up at the trial, to prosecute. Do you know anything about the soap, idiots? Simpleton? Mr. Natsume, what do you know about this?
Ah, there it is. That lathery lowlife that took my neighbor's life and sent me sliding to the depths of despair. Slippery, sickly, psychotic saboteur!
You've really gone off soap, haven't you?
Absolutely, and I've made up my mind. Next time someone gives me soap as a present, it's friendship, finished, family forever.
I don't know that we can blame soap for everything that's happened, Mr. Natsume. How about the envelope? Mr. Natsume, it's nothing much, but...
Ah, it's been too long since I've been offered a present with that delightfully humble etiquette of our homeland.
What?
You're too kind. I accept it gladly.
Sorry, but I wasn't trying to give it to you, actually. Okay, so we won't look at that. How about the teacups? Okay, no, he doesn't look at those either. Gotcha. So the soap, he didn't really have much information on, but he does recognize it because he was literally there earlier today. So no leads on the medallion yet. The red medallion is missing. That's unfortunate, because it seems very important. Where could it have gone? Well, what would have been a great clue is finding out when it disappeared, right? Because there had to be a point in this story where it was triggered that it would disappear, which would probably have been a clue as to its whereabouts. But I haven't checked in on this soap since we found it, so, like, a lot of shit has happened. We talked to Garadeb. Garadeb could have took it. We went and investigated the street side. Could have lost it there. Could have lost it at the prison, talking to this guy. Could have lost it, when we were talking to Shakespeare when he got back up. There was a lot of opportunity to lose this disc, basically. Like, it's been a minute. It's been a minute since we picked up the soap. Don't drop the soap. Don't. I'm gonna talk to this guy again. Horrible history. How did the room's horrible history affect you, Master Natsume? What happened?
At first, it was just a feeling. The feeling of my eyes being bored into my back, watching.
You think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you?
No. My mind doesn't know any tricks. it was someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place.
A nightmare? You've been having bad dreams, you mean?
All the souls who died in that room lean over me in my sleep and try to strangle me.
That really is horrible.
And now I come to think of it, it happened again last night, too. The very same night that Mr. Shamspear was writhing in agony from the poison, I was on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in my room.
Okay, so that's important. You simply must move out of that room as soon as possible.
Yes, you're right, I know it. And that's why I'm already searching for the next room with a history to call home.
I think perhaps you should try to avoid accommodation with any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may become history. Oh, poor guy. She's bullying him. Whew, Suzato-san knows how to make the man listen.
Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well.
You mean Mr. Garadeb? Bum bum bum. Okay, Garadeb kind of suspicious a little bit then.
Yes, he knows if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again.
Well, it's true. I, for one, wouldn't go near the place. Ah, perhaps. That may explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. You mean because he's worried about their well-being? He does seem to have an unusually keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. There must be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants of his let rooms.
What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps?
Oh dear, no, it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please, I forget I said anything.
Oh, now you're talking about me behind my back as well.
What's important is that Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around, he'll be able to tell us what happened. We'll be able to get you released.
Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right.
Ahem, excuse me. Oh, it's him! Inspector Gregson. I couldn't help overhearing what you just said. And on that note, I have some good news and some bad news.
Which do you want first? Always, every time, the bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. That's my guiding principle.
Right, well, in that case, the good news is... Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way.
And why did you ask me my preference?
As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was just unconscious. He's come around now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. He's still being treated by the doctors, but we've managed to get a written statement from him already. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Mr. Natsume?
Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. I can leave this somber cell.
Sorry, no. That's not on the cards. Why ever not, Inspector?
Mr. Shamspear has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night.
Implicated someone? Oh dear.
You don't mean?
I'm sorry to say I do, yes. He's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. You know, honestly, I might have been looking at this kind of backwards. Think about this, right? Based on what we just heard about the rent prices and like him being afraid of the reputation of his building, Mr. Garadeb. What if the real thing is not even somebody specifically trying to get at Natsume's room, but rather it's the other dude who's already a tenant trying to drive prices down? That would be one hell of a way to do it. If somebody else in the building fucking died, and we know this dude is really poor too, the guy who, the actor dude, Shamspear. So, if, bear with me here, if he were to kill this guy, Natsume, and, like, Garadeb couldn't find other renters, Garadeb would thereby have no choice but to lower the rent on the other dude. Like, Shamspear could stay there for fucking dirt cheap, because it's already a shitty apartment with a bad history, and then there's a fucking murder in the building too. You see what I'm saying? That's a decent motive. That's a really decent motive. And so far, I mean, we do have the whole deal with the hospital and the rat, making me think the rat poison is missing, but we have no actual evidence that Shamspear got poisoned, period, do we? We have literally no evidence that he was actually poisoned. All we saw was him lying on the table with foam on his mouth for like a day. But he's a fucking actor, and then he sprung back up like nothing had happened. And you know what else was right next to this motherfucker? Soap. Soap make foam too. He could have foamed his own mouth using the soap to make it look like he got poisoned, when in reality he was totally fine. But then where do the medallions come into that theory? Where do the medallions come into the I'm faking it theory? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, I'm faking it. I don't know. I truly don't know. He could have soaped his own mouth, implicate Natsume, so that he can get cheaper prices. That all makes sense to me so far. I don't know where the soap comes in. I don't know where the soap comes into that. But it makes sense because he's also the one that like initiated their encounter, right? It said when he was explaining how they met up, he's like, oh, we just happened to bump into each other and start talking about Shakespeare. So it's clear the other guy was the one who like initiated the whole conversation. So it makes sense. Like he has the means, he has the motive, and he had the opportunity. But how would he have pulled it off is the question. Like, where do all these little pieces come into play? Like the missing medallion and shit like that. The lamps not being on at certain times. Don't know. The answer is I don't know where all of this stuff fits in. So maybe kind of a long shot theory to keep in the back pocket? Maybe kind of just like a long shot theory to keep in the back pocket. Dang, 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 bang, bang. Yeah, we'll think about that. The ring and the cup too. That's yeah. I don't know how this all fits together. That seems like a pretty logical theory, maybe. But we really have no proof whatsoever that that's what happened yet. We'll keep it in mind. We'll keep that theory in mind. Seems kind of unlikely, though. There's like a lot of moving parts that theory doesn't even begin to approach. Like Miss Green, the hospital, the rats, the rings in the cups, the red medallion that's missing. Like there's a lot of loose ends, if that's what happens, but I don't know. I'll keep it in mind.
By sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life.
Oh, this is the other guy.
That wicked skater, Soseki Natsume. So I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. You'll be wanting to make the necessary preparations. No!
Yeah, so if this is all part of his plan, this works out beautifully, right? Like, he gets to get this guy charged with attempted murder in the apartment building, drive down his own rent prices, and then, question mark, profit? We have to figure out how poor are we talking, right? Like, we know the actor's poor, but is he poor enough to put together this elaborate, dangerous plan just for the sake of driving down his prices? Because that's a lot. This is a lot of work just to get your rent price to go down. And so, once again, Soseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. The following day, I would represent him in court, and do my utmost to break the curse that blighted him. I'm just trying to think of like alternate theories right now, and I'm really drawing a blank on what else might have happened. The theory I put forth is so far the best I've done in terms of like connecting dots, right? Like things that could have happened that are slightly supported by evidence. I've got nothing else so far.
Save in this slot.
This is a thinker. This is a real thinker.
The 22nd February, 9:23 a.m.
The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. The thing that makes me think that I'm wrong is that it's two things, really. It's Miss Green and it's Mr. Muppet. Like, this theory doesn't even begin to touch on either of those characters, so there would be no reason for them to be in this story. Like, there would be no reason for them to even appear. Yeah, it's an interesting theory. We'll keep it in the back pocket. We'll keep it in the back pocket for sure. This place always makes me feel strange. I seem to get chills down my spine and break out a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line! Oh, it's him.
Good morning!
Good morning, Mr. Natsume.
It was only 2 days ago that I was declared not guilty.
Yes, we somehow managed to prove we didn't stab Miss Green in the back. Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say that, like, this trial sequence is probably gonna be pretty fucking long. So we're not gonna finish it tonight. If we hit 9, we have like an hour and a half left. So if we hit 9 and we're not done with the trial yet, then we're just gonna call it there and we'll pick it back up next week at the exact same spot. Last week, I just went like half an hour, 45 minutes over to finish that first trial, but that's because that one was already like at its conclusion. This one, we're not even gonna get close. We're not even gonna get remotely close to ending it, so we'll do movie night tonight in the Discord after stream. We are not gonna have time to finish this, almost definitely. I'll do my best. I'll do my best to do good in the trial, but I feel like this case is gonna kick my ass because I don't feel like I'm even close to getting it. We somehow managed to prove he didn't stab Miss Green in the back.
But now this! Another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court!
I'm beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh! Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Yes, morning.
So here we are again. Susato's she's so polite. She's like way overly polite at inappropriate times. It's really funny. I think honestly, I like Susato a lot better than Maya. Maya grew on me as the Ace Attorney original games went on, like the assistant from the mainline games. But like she just started off so annoying. Maya started off so annoying that it took a really long time for me to warm up to her. Whereas Susato's just mostly useful. She's not very annoying usually.
Judicial Assistant Miss Mikatoba Esquires, what's with the bad news?
Oh dear, you heard, did you?
If you're coming shouting at the top of your voice, people can't help hearing what you say.
Oh, I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Miss Susato. Now what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial will be led by Lord Baron Van Zeeks. Who? Okay, so they're going to introduce a new prosecutor character in this case, very late in the game, to introduce a whole new prosecutor. Bravo. Wow. I thought it was going to be that guy from the first game. You remember him, the guy with the samurai ponytail and stuff?
Van Zeeks? Oh no. Oh no.
Wow, who is this dude? Okay, so a whole new prosecutor. That's pretty crazy. Very late in the game to bring in a brand spanking new character. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey, the most legendary prosecutor in the land. And he point as well. In the trial 2 days ago, he pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. I was trolling, guys. He's from the first game. He was literally every prosecutor from the first game, barring like the first case. Of course, by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Perhaps Mr. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all, yes, I know what you're thinking. The legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Van Zeeks is the prosecutor.
Oh no!
And even if the person is found not guilty, the accused will meet a mysterious end one way or another. And we've experienced it firsthand. Oh no, not this guy. That was my homie in that carriage, man. That was the homie. That fucking evil-ass murderous crime lord, Scottish guy. A man we successfully defended met the most terrifying end after his acquittal, right here in the Old Bailey. Yeah, R.I.P. McGilded. Pour one out for the homie. Pour one out for McGilded. He definitely got burned to death for no reason.
Do I have to put up with these ice-cold, boring stares into my stinking soul again? Cursed by evil spirits, and now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially.
Well, if it's potentially, at least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Yes?
I'm innocent. You have to believe me. You more than anyone now.
Don't worry, I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. I promise. And this promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Yeah, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be a tough one. I'm honestly fairly lost. I'm honestly, like, pretty lost. Or an off envelope. No clue about the envelope. No clue about the soap. Specifically the medallion. The medallion is so fucking mysterious. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom.
Let's go.
Oh yes, I forgot to say. I'm afraid he won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. No! Best character can't make it to the trial? That's probably for the best. No, it is not, Ryunosuke. You're so incorrect. If he were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. And that could be seen as a weakness. If Lord Van Zeeks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. At least, that's my gut feeling. Mr. Naruhodo?
You're right. Yes, you're so right, King. Oh, well said, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Well said.
I swear on the sword at my side, and on the spirit of Kazuma that it harbors. Does he have a license for that sword? Can he really carry that around? Can you fucking open carry in England? I don't think that's real. I think they might have made up that part. Maybe back then England was more chill, but I kind of doubt it. I'll show him what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh, yes. Let's do it. I'm ready. 22nd February. Courtroom. I'm so excited. This is going to be the real first court sequence, pretty much. The first case was like all a court sequence, but it was like tutorial shit, because, you know, it was, you didn't even get to investigate, so you were just told what to do, pretty much. It was really, really, really easy. We would have gotten it totally flawless with no mistakes if it wasn't for that two-picture debacle where both pictures could have been the correct evidence. You couldn't walk around with a knife, let alone a sword. Yeah, that's true. This game's making it up. I guess it's because he's a foreign dignitary. You can trust an unassuming little Japanese student, I suppose. Oh my god. Bro, the asset reuse is going crazy. This game was made for fucking $5 and a nickel. Even the jury is all reused characters, I think.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
I don't remember this guy's voice. You know what? Fuck it, he's gonna be Ace Attorney 1 judge.
I now call upon the counsels for prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, my lord. Readiness for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, is not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for your inevitable defeat. Okay, that was just rude. He's just being too saucy right now. He needs to calm down. It's not just my imagination. It's really there. Lord Van Zeeks has such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. He does. We discovered last game that Lord Van Zeeks just hates Japanese people. I don't know why. I truly don't know why. But he hates them. He hates them with a fucking burning passion. Curse you, Japan. Curse you. You stink. Japan rules, England drools. So says Lord Van Zeeks. It was some time ago now that he first became known as the Reaper of the Bailey, I believe. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Okay, so how long ago is the question? How fucking old is Van Zeeks? I'm checking. Those holds. 32. Okay. Okay, no, it doesn't add up. I was wondering if perhaps his bad experience with the Japanese was her father? Because they mentioned that a long time ago, her father came to Japan to be like a student or some shit and chill with the British, but I don't think the timeline really adds up because that means Van Zeeks would have been 16 when that happened. I know Van Zeeks is like a kind of a bright fella. He's not a bad egg, but to be like a high-powered prosecutor of the Bailey at age 16 would be a little ridiculous. That'd be a little. Then again, how old is my character? I think my character might also be 16, so because Mikitoba is apparently. I don't know. Maybe I'm onto something. That Ace Attorney ages go so hard, dude. Ace Attorney ages go so hard. Look at this shit. 16 Mikitoba, that's reasonable. Van Zeeks 32, literally no wrinkles on his entire face. 46, he is on the verge of fucking death. What happened? What happens to the British between the ages of 32 and 46? He had the fucking youth sucked out of him, John Garrett did. He looks like he's 92, bro. God damn. 31! 30 fucking 1 on this guy. There's 44. What happens? What happens to the British between the ages of 32 and 44? That's some stressful shit has to go down in jolly old England. How old are you, Olive Green? Okay, so she's 20. These past few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. Yet now, he's back in the courtroom, though for some reason. Only when I'm defending. This Reaper, with his curious disdain for us Japanese, is a prosecutor shrouded in mystery. He is. He's very mysterious. We still have no fucking clue what any of this shit is about. Still, this isn't the time to be pondering that. I have to concentrate on Soseki-san's trial.
Furthermore, I now call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to fulfill your duty?
Absolutely. I had a feeling this Larkin wasn't innocent before.
I must say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat refuses to sit right.
Oh, well, I rather like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless look is very fetching, actually. She's new. Okay, so there's a new juror. The other lady might have been new too, but I don't remember. The 2 guys are absolutely from the first game, for sure. She's definitely new. You could actually tell by looking at their models that she's new, because she's like a way better model than he is. Look at that. Look at his fucking octagon ear, and look how smooth she is. Look at his fucking shirt. His shirt has so many rough edges. They really improved their modeling by the time this game rolled around, apparently. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. I have a very important meeting. Let's make this quick.
I couldn't agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight, or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here, and lead us flock to a righteous verdict.
Okay, so I remember this guy. I don't remember him being like a super Christian. That's, I think, a new character trait for him. Wasn't his whole deal that he like lost something in the first game? He was like forgetful or something? I don't remember. But either way, repeat. All of them are different, or all of them are the same, except for that one new lady. She's definitely 4. I mean, she's definitely new. She's juror number 4. Yeah, okay, so everybody else is old, confirmed. Which means she's probably important in some way, because otherwise they would have just used another repeat. The British jury system is so very difficult to our own. What? I can't fucking read, bro. I can't fucking read. So very difficult? This is so very different. Bro, I need a fucking brain transplant surgery ASAP. I'll take a goddamn monkey brain at this point. You got a macaque? On standby? I'll take it. It can't be a step down. The British jury system is so very different to our own, isn't it? It's quite extraordinary to think the power of the judgment is in the hands of 6 members of the public. Old man lost his scalpel inside Shom's body. That's right, that's what he lost. He lost his scalpel. I forgot about that.
Oh, where's my scalpel?
Yeah, he was a little doctor man or something. And the judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement about the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens of London chosen at random. Or at least, that's the idea. The prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused was on trial here but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return. Yeah, right, bro. You just wanted to save money. I'm on to you, Ace Attorney. They have spent $5 on this game so far, and it's remarkable. It's all been reused assets.
Very well, let us commence the trial! Woohoo!
A woolly mammoth chased me. That's awesome. Man, I've been having so much fun with modded Skyrim, man. I've been having a fucking blast. I've been having so much. I think I fixed all my mods, too. I was having trouble with the vampire one, but now I figured out what I did wrong. It turns out the reason the vampire mod broke was because I tried to change my race off stream, like to try to get myself to be a dark elf. And I gave up on doing it because I was worried it might break my mods, and it turns out it already broke the vampire mod. Like, anytime your character tries to change race, it breaks the vampire mod, supposedly. So I had to, like, reset my character, then to be not a vampire, uninstall the mod, reinstall the mod, set my character back to Imperial, and then boom, it seems to work again. So you know what? I'm good now. I'm not gonna fuck with my mods ever again, because they're all working gloriously. I've got 72 fucking mods in my load order, and they're all working. I'm happy with that. I could get way more, but I don't want to fuck it up.
Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Van Zeeks, your opening statement, please.
It attacked me. Yeah, right, Brock, where everybody knows mammoths are peaceful creatures. Skyrim is a peaceful land, its inhabitants kind.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is not the intent of the prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict afforded to this eccentric Nipponese before has had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it! Instead, he used his freedom to perpetrate a most blood-curdling crime, namely, that of the attempted murder of his neighboring lodger, an innocent Englishman. To explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witness to the stand.
Who is it?
The detective responsible for investigating the scene, and the accused himself.
That is not a witness. He lied. That's 2 witnesses.
Witnesses, your names and occupations, please.
He does. Dude, the fucking characters in this game actually go crazy with that. The accused in this trial, if he starts freaking out, watch his hands, because it is actually absurd. He literally just starts going like this. He's like double pumping it. It's nuts. It's actually so over the top.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
Do it.
Soseki Natsumi from the Empire of Japan. My government ordered me to come here as a student to study your language and culture. Culture? Culture.
Wait, what is... I want to see this. What did you post? Oh, him taking off the cape reminded you of that? You know what's funny? I was just thinking about the cape too, and it made me giggle a little bit. You know how when he took... it does look exactly like that gif. You know when he took off the cape, how he like whipped it in front of the screen and it covered the whole screen? In my mind, my mind edited it so that when the cape passed by, he was up on top of the table naked in the Omni-Man pose looking over his shoulder. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I just immediately saw that. I wasn't even thinking about it. It just popped up. In my mind's eye for a moment, that is actually what happened. That'd be so cool. Just flip the cape off and then he's naked on the table. I would love that. I need to make that edit, bro. That would be so cool.
Mr. Natsumi! Yes, my lord, sir. I'm quite sure I'm not mistaken that you swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. I remember it as if it were yesterday.
The day before, in fact. I can't unsee it now. He should be up on the table. He should definitely be up on the table. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's just immediately what I saw. I think you know what I think it is? I've been thinking about that meme specifically, like the naked Omni-Man thing, a lot lately. And I think it's because there's that new One Piece meme that's like the same deal. There's a new One Piece meme of like this really jacked old guy with a mustache who's naked, which is like the same thing as that Omni-Man thing. It brought it all back. It brought back the Omni-Man meme to my mind.
The day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Oh, believe me, this is the last place I want to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. Alright, what do they got? Let's poke some holes in this testimony. The incident occurred at Garrett household where the defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare.
So the fork, I still think probably the fork is on that soap, what was used to get at the red medallion thing. What do you want, Yoda? What do you want, huh? Yoda's being a ghoul. What? That's interesting because it just fucking fell out of mine. I had the red medallion in my soap too, and it's gone now, but I've had it the whole time. Nobody plucked it out. Presumably. I don't know. Very mysterious. Mysterious disappearing soap. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shakespeare. You know what? Yoda stopped freaking out, so I think the thunderstorm has probably subsided. My dog was freaking out earlier, but it's fine now. Good girl. Yeah, she's not shaking no more.
Mr. William Shakespeare, the defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim in the night of the question. Mr. Shakespeare collapsed in his room as a result of poisoning by strychnine. Strychnine.
All right, I'm looking it up. I'm looking up what strychnine is. I hope it's not just a thing for this game and it spoils everything. Strychnine. It's a highly toxic, colorless, bitter, crystalline alkaloid used as a pesticide, particularly for killing small vertebrates. Oh, it is rat poison! I was right the first time, damn it! He was rat poison. That's why there was a rat in the hospital. Somebody stole the rat poison from the hospital. I see. Strychnine is like rat poison. It can be inhaled by... I shouldn't read any more about it because maybe it'll spoil stuff, but it does say it could be breathed in as well. I was doing science spoilers, I'm sorry.
He was found the following morning when the landlord, suspecting something was wrong, broke down the door.
So what we need to do now, next time we get an investigation segment, assuming this isn't all just one big trial, is we need to go back to that hospital and find out who was staying in the bed that we didn't get to see. The bed next to Miss Green. And also Miss Green, we need to talk to more. No, I'm not an Ace Attorney cheater. It's also, no, nothing can be breathed in, that's wrong. You're wrong! Some stuff can't be breathed in, like the earth. I would love to see you try to breathe in the earth. Hard cut to Brockwar breathing in the entire earth like a big gumball, and we all get vored by him. We all actually get vored by him instantly.
The door to the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident.
Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside, making entry to or exit from the room impossible. You remember Ed, Ed, and Eddie when they would eat like the giant gumballs? That's kind of what I imagine would be Brockwar eating the earth. Well, breathing the earth.
Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale, he very nearly didn't. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found him. I see. I was the first officer on the scene, my lord, and I have a photographic print here that I took at the time to show how it looked.
Oh, yes, photos. I love the photos. First thing I notice is that there's a stain by the thing that wasn't there anymore. Look by the little gas pump. There's a little stain on the floor.
A chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased.
I see. And the bricks are all in the window. That's the other thing I was going to check immediately. Bricks are all up in the window. This guy's bricked up. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You have the big jawbreaker, little bit of drool. You can see Wakabi's head poking out the corner with the drool. And that's basically the scene when you eat the earth as a gumball. There's a big Ed, Ed, and Eddie jawbreaker. Man, that show was so good. I loved Ed, Ed, and Eddie. That was the show that had that plank of wood that was a Plank, I believe was his name. What else is different? We have to look for irregularities between this scene right here and the stuff we saw when we were there. We snaw, if you will. Might just be the angle of the photo, but the other half of soap should be on the floor near that big hat. That is something that is different. There's supposed to be a bar of soap near the hat, and it's not there in this photo. But it could be the angle. It could definitely be covered up by the hat and the angle. Everything else looks normal, honestly. The hole's all covered up by the board. That's correct. No bricks missing from the window. The king outfit appears to be there, and same with that little frilly neck thing. Nothing is missing in the costumes. I don't know. I'm not seeing any other irregularities in this photo, besides that one thing. Well, the oil splat on the floor, whatever it is, right below that red box, and then the soap missing. But possibly, again, the soap might not actually be missing. It might just be the angle.
That's right. Everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Dead, that is. Very well. I shall accept this photographic print as evidence.
The crime scene photograph has been added.
Now then, Mr. Natsumi. Yes. As the defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture?
Wait, let me check something real fast. I'm sorry, but I just want to check. Yeah, also, there's supposed to be like a stain on the table, but it's covered up by the fucking angle. This is a bad angle. Maybe that was there and we just couldn't see it, again, because of the angle during the scene when we were walking there in person. I don't know. I don't fucking know. There's a lot here that could be explained away by the camera angle being very different than the player's view when you're in the room. When you're actually in the room, you're standing like to the side here, like more to the right and further back. You can see the stain. Oh, it is there. Okay. Stain is behind the soap. This? Oh, I get, yeah, this, maybe that's it. Okay, so the stain is there, confirmed. Stain is not important then. Stain confirmed unimportant. Because if it was important, it wouldn't be fucking that hidden.
As a defendant, you have anything to say? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious! What's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. The tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me? What about me? I've nearly been killed countless times. Killed, Mr. Natsumi? How?
Why is there a puddle? I don't know yet. The puddle is also mysterious. Yeah, that's the one irregularity that I have not been able to have explained away. Like, apparently this is there. Soap could be blocked by the hat. But this, no clue. This is definitely the irregularity in the photo. No, it was not me. I didn't tink. I am potty trained, I'll have you know. I go in my litter box like a good boy, like I'm supposed to. I do that thing dogs do where I just poop in somebody's yard and then fucking dig up their entire lawn with my back feet to cover it up. My dog tries to do that shit every single time and I have to stop her. Every time my dog finishes pooping, I have to stop. Frame one, I have to go and move her so that she doesn't start kicking up all the dirt nearby. She always tries to do that shit where they just kick all the dirt away with their back legs.
Killed, Mr. Natsumi? How? Even on that fateful night it happened, when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed, but before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me! No, that didn't happen, liar. You're gaslighting me.
You should kill yourself. Now. He should have. If the judge was low-tier god, this would be a way better game. Low-tier god is the judge, the covenant is the jury, in their gold cloaks. No, sorry, they're wearing black cloaks. He's wearing a gold cloak.
You must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsumi. But it's so cold. My runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Oh, why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed?
Was he doing it? Shit, I didn't notice. He might have been jacking off the air with his two hands. Damn it, I don't think he did it yet.
Thank you, witnesses. I believe I have a reasonably clear picture of events.
If I could raise one more point, my lord. One more conclusive point.
Conclusive? Go on.
Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he has named the true culprit. The poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea that he drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to check one more thing. No, damn it. Honk. I need to see the other cup that he's holding. Because whatever cup he's holding is the one that he drank out of, presumably. And I don't know if the game has the correct cup labeled to the correct... It could be a switcheroo, you know? Because this cup was not drank out of. So if we can prove that this was the victim's cup, then that means that the tea was not the poison. Oh, they do say this is Shamspeare's cup. Okay. Okay, so it wasn't poison. Or at least it wasn't administered via the tea. Because it wasn't drank. The ring developed right near the surface. It's stained on the inside. Gotcha. So Natsumi's cup was completely drained. He drank it all. This guy didn't drink his tea. Okay, so we can try to use that maybe as an argument. That he never drank his tea. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused.
The accused? Good gracious! Order! Order!
Yes, that's the crux of this whole case. If Soseki-san is innocent, why? Why has the victim accused him?
Well, Mr. Natsumi, what have you to say to this accusation?
Oh, okay, he did drink it, but he drank it slow. He dropped it back. He dropped it slow. He waited for it to cool down. Gotcha. Yoda confirmed shit kicker. She does kick a lot of shit around. That is true. She kicks it with her own back hook. She kicks mine in. Anytime she can get her hands on shit to kick, she's there for it. There's an old, like, gotcha riddle that is about kind of this exact same concept. So if it weren't tea, I'd be inclined to think maybe that's what happened. In this old riddle, there's like a riddle that people used to say, like a school ground riddle, which was like, there's people drinking lemonade and it's poisoned, but you know, the person who drank it really fast lived. Why did the other person die? And the answer is because of ice. The poison was stored in the ice. But this is tea, so I don't think people drink iced tea in England. I don't think that's a thing there. Like, if you're drinking tea out of a cup like this, it's probably regular, like, hot tea. But that was like a thing, was the old lemonade riddle. It's like the convertible riddle. There's always riddles about how people murder each other horribly. Manhook hardcore Dan. No, UK, do not rise up. Get back down, UK. Get back down where you belong. There will be no rising of the UK. America rules, UK drools.
That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Mr. Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it.
Interesting. Water pump freezes at night. Maybe that's important too. Probably not.
And this is the result. Never will I touch tea again. Never!
The public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information we've heard before.
That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at once. At least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. I presume the prosecution has no objection.
None whatsoever, my lord.
Good! And you will give your account of events on the night in question to the court now.
There he goes, he's doing it! He's really doing it! Damn it, he stopped. He finished.
Yes, my lord. Oh, yes, daddy.
Alright, it's time to cross-examine this fucking Tobias and Natsume, the mustache brethren. It was around 9 o'clock when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. What time did they say there was no power? No, it adds up. They said there was no power from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., I think. 6 to 8 p.m. there was no power in that room. And then from 8 to 1, the power was on in there. Right? That's what they said. I don't remember. I truly don't remember, but I think that adds up. I think that's fine.
I took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room at around 11.
Okay, so they confirm it's hot tea.
Ah, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't lock the door behind me otherwise, could he?
Good tea. Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. Can we test this? Can somebody volunteer for the strychnine test? I've never heard of this poison before, so I would love to run some controlled experiments. One lucky viewer will be able to drink the real water and everybody else is going to drink, well, poison. Strychnine. Strychnine. I'd assume it's pronounced like strychnine, but I have no idea. Strychnine? I don't care. I'm over it. I don't care.
People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
I want the placebo, please. Well, you got a good chance. It's like Russian roulette, basically. There's got to be a control group, doesn't there? Someone's got to get the placebo. It's rat poison. Yeah, we Googled it and they said it was used to poison small vertebrates. So what I pointed out so astutely because of my genius mind that races at a mile a minute, in the hospital, there was a mouse just chilling, just vibing in the middle of the room. So I hypothesized that somebody has stolen the rat poison from the hospital. And now that this happened, I'm pretty sure that's what happened, is that it was hospital rat poison that was used. what we gotta find out is where the people at the hospital were when this happened. There's the big Miss Green girl who's in the hospital, who's missing right now. Her. And then there's one mysterious person who shares the room with her, but we haven't gotten to meet yet because they've been gone the whole time. Who's probably the murderer, let's face it. If we find out who's staying in the hospital with her, that's almost definitely the murderer right there. The victim would have been able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward.
Excuse me, but that testimony does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Mr. Natsumi claims his tea to have been harmless. Presumably, though, the teacups have been examined for traces of the poison, haven't they?
Why didn't I think of that? Well, as it happens, no. We haven't been able to. Did I hear you correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance?
How could you have overlooked something so important? Isn't that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. The inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable? Why?
It's simple enough. There was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed.
With current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances.
We only need a drop, but that one drop does actually have to exist, funnily enough.
What about the stuff that was spilled on the table? I guess it's already soaked in. The lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. Yeah, somebody stole the teacups, bro. I don't know where the fuck they went. I don't know either. I ain't seen them. I brought these from home. I bought these at Walmart. I want to go to Walmart so bad. It's actually kind of fun going to Walmart at nighttime. Going to Walmart at nighttime is like playing the latest Five Nights at Freddy's entry, because there's like bizarre beings walking around the empty store with you. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty fun time. There's always like ladies who are perfectly round like a Voltorb wearing yoga pants. And there's always a dude who looks like he just broke out of an insane asylum specifically for people who used to be in heavy metal bands. It's a pretty dope place. I like Walmart. Walmart rocks. Back in the 90s, there were rumors about LSD being... What? No. Dude, I swear to God, every 5 years, like, white people from the suburbs come up with why current drug is secretly going to kill you at one instant. Right now, it's fentanyl, or whatever the fuck that's called. Fentanyl? Petunial? That newfangled drug everybody's taking these days, all the hip kids, where the police are saying if you touch it even for 1 second or be in its general vicinity, you will instantly explode. Fears have been slightly exaggerated, I'm just saying. Just saying. They keep showing videos of cops who supposedly just like touched it with their finger, just like, just freaking out, like dying on the floor. It's not real. It's definitely not real. It's like a big overhyping of it. I'm not denying that the drug is dangerous. I'm just saying that if you just simply touch it or smell it, you're not going to immediately die. That's definitely not real. But you know how I know it's not real for sure? You want to know how I know it's not real for sure? Because if you died from just touching it, then how the fuck is anybody buying, ingesting it, and then being a repeat customer? Just think about that. Unless it's just like fentanyl is just kryptonite for white people, I don't think it's quite as deadly as it's being played up to be. It might be slightly exaggerated. It appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips on the night in question. So what I'm saying is do fentanyl, kids. It's really good for you. It helps the bones grow.
Thank you, the matter is clear.
I remember there was, back like 5 or 10 years ago, there was that big crocodile. Crocodile was like supposedly one of those really, really hard drugs. But that was like, not even in America. That was just straight up, that was some like Eastern Europe stuff. I never heard of anybody taking crocodile in the States. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. Man, Zeke's look like a vampire. He does. He definitely does. He has that vibe. They're definitely going for that, too. He's supposedly like some sort of count or something. He's definitely like a Count Chocula type. For super sure. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure. The recognition of the accused's guilt. Your client's fate is all but sealed. In mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. But I can't let them beat me down. I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. I actually have no clue what I'm supposed to, present evidence against here. They did a pretty good testimony, I won't lie. A catastrophic night. I'll stick to the cough syrup and Sprite. Yeah, me too. All I do is good old-fashioned crack. You know, these days, crack is considered one of the lower-level drugs. It's not some sort of kind of deadly addictive substance like marijuana, so I choose to just keep it light and heavy. After a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, I went back to my room around 11. Maybe this is the thing I'm supposed to present the cups against, since he didn't drink nothing that was hot. My tea was completely harmless. So we know this isn't true. He could have locked the door behind him otherwise, because the cop just said that the rat poison takes a while to kick in. Oh yeah, here we go. Strychnine takes some time to have an effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. The argument still stands. Goop on the floor. Let's check out what else we got here. Let's try pressing nice hot drink, because it definitely was not a hot drink. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? They're not going on the right path at all. Shakespeare? Ah, very worthy topic of conversation, I must say.
Oh yes, my lord.
Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger?
It was a profoundly pleasurable parley.
But can she beat Goku, though? Romeo and Juliet? Who was stronger? I know I'm going to regret asking this, but how did the debate go?
Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with a reenactment. So we battled it out, in Greco-Roman style, naturally.
Oh my god, what? They had a Greco-Roman naked wrestling match over it? What?
Mr. Shamspeare had all sorts of costumes in his room for just such a contest.
So when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume?
Here's Romeo, I is Juliet. After a vigorous, wild tussle, I, as Juliet, came out on top. A victory I'll cherish forever.
See, I would say that this dude strikes me as a bottom, but let's look at the fucking other dude. This dude is like the fucking king of all bottoms. So he definitely out-bottomed the bottom. They both have bottom energy for sure, though.
A victory I'll cherish forever. I dare not imagine the terrible scene of the carnage.
The fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct?
I boiled the water in my room and made a pot to take with me. I heard he was too poor to have tea himself, you see.
It's true. There was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. Interesting. So he bought bottled water because the pump outside is frightful. And then he brought the tea. And at some point, he put rat poison in it. Silly guy. I grease up first. That is a good advantage to have. Anytime there's a Greco-Roman wrestling match. It's like trying to, grab a slippery soap, a slippery little snake.
I wanted to do something nice, be friendly. So why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was.
Okay, do you want to know the gayest part about the Greco-Roman naked wrestling thing? This is actually next level. It's already questionable enough, considering everybody involved is butt naked grabbing each other's man flesh. this is where it gets next level. Back in the day, like when they were actually Greco-Romans doing it, they would straight up shove thumbs up each other's asses to get a better hold. They fucking fingered each other while they wrestled each other naked. I'm just saying, they had to... I'm just saying, it's definitely a The Rock eyebrow raise moment. Because what the fuck are you doing? Why are you fucking shoving thumbs up each other's asses while you wrestle? So you can get a better hold of his ass cheek. That's not normal. I just don't think it's normal, dog looking sideways.
My tea was harmless. Of course it was. And do you have any basis for that statement, witness?
Milk in the prostate. They definitely were. They were definitely feeling each other's prostates a little bit. My tea was completely harmless. Yeah, I don't fuck with that, man. I would never naked wrestling another man. Honestly, I don't even care if the thumb rule was in play or not. Even if thumbs are banned, Final Destination, thumbs only, I still wouldn't do it.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Were you and your neighbor good friends then?
Oh, no, we weren't friends. Not at all, not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit?
Mr. Shakespeare fancies himself as having great literary knowledge. As a fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about.
Come now, no Nipponese could understand the finer points of English literature. And on the night in question, that was the topic of conversation as well, I presume.
It was the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I just arrived back in my lodgings when I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside on the street. That was around 6 o'clock.
Okay, 6 o'clock. 6 to 8, the lights would have been on or off, I can't remember. Either the lights were on till 6 and then off till 8 to 1, or they were on from 6 to 8. I'm so confused. I think they were off from 6 to 8, but I don't remember. We talked to the landlord, and he was telling us, like, when power was being used in that room. 18, naked, cowboys at Ram Ranch. Yeah, I got my fill. Once I wrestled those 18 naked cowboys at Ram Ranch. 18 naked cowboys, ready to fuck. I was done. I had my fill. Naked cowboys. Here at Ram Ranch. I love Ram Ranch. That's a classic video.
We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room at evening and 9 to continue our debate. But did I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. Not at all. Never, ever.
A simple no would have sufficed. Then tell the court what did happen when you visited the room. We had a heated literary debate. Okay, so we already said that. Okay, so it's definitely from 6 to 8 there was no power. That's definitely what it is, because he says he was there until 11. So from 6 to 8 is our window where there was no power to that room. Got it. I should start using my handy dandy notebook again. Back when I used to play the original trilogy of these games, and I think maybe even during Chronicles, though I can't remember using it much, I had like a little notebook where I would jot down important stuff, which really became very important towards the later trials of Ace Attorney 1, because goddamn, those trials got so long towards the end. There were some trials that were like 10 plus hours just for a single one. So it would be like 3 streams. I would have to remember all that information. It was a lot. Let's press this.
Hold it!
Climbing to the top ropes. Yeah, sometimes you do have to stone cold stunner the gay thoughts away. It is a known factor when it comes to watching John Cena jiggle his giant ass in jean shorts. That was some alliteration for you literary superfans out there. Yeah, it's basically the Susato notebook, the Susato takedown. A literary debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you?
Shakespeare? A very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Oh yes, my lord. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger?
You already fucking said this, oaf. This dude is a complete oaf. This is when he talks about naked wrestling his friends. Ba, 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 ba. Naked wrestling. Alright, no more. No more naked wrestling. Enough. Enough! Enough! I hate this guy so much. Why do I have to... I really, like, this was my least favorite character from Ace Attorney 1 to do the voice of, and he's back. He's back again. They brought him back for 2 cases already. Well, technically just 1, but he's interconnected with the other one. IT was completely harmless. Oops, press.
Hold it!
Yes, there was not a drop of tea left in the victim's room anywhere, was there?
That's correct. Anyone would think the fella would never had a pot of tea before. He must have licked it dry. Which is a pity, because 1 drop is all we would have needed to analyze it for poison.
And you say that you returned home to your room at 11 o'clock, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, definitely. By heaven and earth, I swear it. The landlord was able to verify that, as it happens. He confirmed that the defendant went back to his room at 11 that night. And how was the landlord able to attest to this? He, said it was the lamps, I believe. The lamps, Inspector!
When tenants return to their rooms and start using gas, the lamps in other parts of the house flicker. Yes, Mr. Garrett seems to pay a lot of attention to the comings and goings of his tenants.
There's only 1 key to Mr. Shamspeare's room. I know that for certain. So he must have locked the door himself, from inside his room.
The victim has confirmed that to be the case, yes.
So I'm right. My tea was harmless. Completely harmless. If you take poison, you die. Everyone knows that.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
Oh my god. Strychnine takes some time to take an effect on the body. How long does it take for symptoms to appear? According to the coroner I was speaking to at the yard, about 30 minutes after the poison's consumed. Then, the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping and stiffness, and eventually dies from asphyxiation. Well, he didn't die, did he? So there's a 30-minute interval between when the poison is ingested and the onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. It's always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. You can't deny that. And it further degrades Sozeki-san's alibi.
I'll have the medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here.
Doctor Who? This really is a British game, I never realized. I like David Tennant Doctor Who the best. David Tennant was the GOAT. To be fair, I only watched it for like 1 season while I was 14, but David Tennant was definitely the GOAT for that 1 season while I watched it.
It spells it out, really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well. The court will add this report to the court record as evidence.
The victim's medical report has been entered into the court record. You know what's funny about Doctor Who too? I did watch like the end of the other guy, the guy who came right before David Tennant in Doctor Who. And I did not know the gimmick of Doctor Who, which is that since it's like a fucking 50-year-old show, they just constantly switch actors. And so in the show, they did a thing where he would like regenerate. He got too old and he's like, I'm dying now. Goodbye, everybody. And there was like this big dramatic scene of Doctor Who dying. And then he just randomly turned into this other dude. And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened? I was so confused because I had no idea about the gimmick. I had no idea that was like a Doctor Who thing. So like there was this big sad scene of him dying. And then he just randomly turned into David Tennant. It was really confusing. I see it here. Delayed onset of symptoms. Great. I don't know. I don't know why Japan is so obsessed with like their like idealized, romanticized version of Europe stuff. I think, honestly, the reason is the same reason like weeaboos in America love Japan so much. It's just very different. It's just very like exotic and weird. He kind of is, yeah. He's slightly cat-like. He also pushes things off of tables a lot. He's an MK Ultra Catboy for sure. William Shamspeare. Cause of coma was an ingestion of a small quantity of strychnine. Toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance having been mixed with the tea the victim was drinking, but no sample could be obtained for testing. Suggestive conclusions. The poisoning incident occurred around 1:30 a.m. at 21st February. Aha! Cool. Assessed from the victim's pocket watch that appears to have broken when the man collapsed. No container for poison was found. Okay, so cool. That's good, right? What time did this guy say he left? Like 9 p.m.? No, I think he actually said he left at 1 p.m. Or 1 a.m., sorry. We'll check. Hopefully he said he left at 9, because that would be convenient. It was 9 o'clock when I visited my neighbor. I went back around 11. Okay, we found it. Thank God. Okay, I was really stumped on that one, but it's just because we didn't have the evidence yet. Good. We got it. He left at 11, and the poison only takes 30 minutes, and the guy died at... What? Wait, no, that doesn't help me at all, does it? Damn it, that actually doesn't help me at all. No, it does, because it says... It doesn't say, like, 30 minutes plus. It says 30 minutes. Yeah, toxic effects present 30 minutes, so it has to happen within 30 minutes. So it doesn't have to be after 30 minutes. It has to straight up be just 30 minutes on the dot. So this is wrong. Good, we found it. We found the discrepancy. I went back to my room around a ravine. Yeah, Matt Smith in House of the Dragons. Honestly, I think he just also isn't that great for the role. It's like weird casting. Matt Smith as ancient warlord, badass warrior. He's a good actor, don't get me wrong, but like, I don't know. I feel like he's just bad casting for that role. Maybe it's just because I'm too used to him as being Doctor Who, wearing a big red bow tie. Okay, yeah, so take this. Take this! Mr. Natsume, you say it was 11 p.m. when you left to return to your room, correct?
Yes.
And Inspector Gregson, can we rely on the information in the medical report unconditionally?
Of course we can. There's no problem with that report, Sunshine.
Actually, I think there's a very big problem. Because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony.
A chrono what? What are you on about?
He's jacking off the air again. According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison at around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, in the defendant, Mr. Natsume's testimony, he said he left the victim's room at 11. Oh, look, he's doing it. You can't really see, though, because he's cut off by stupid Gregson being framed. Damn it. Yes, that's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. And don't even try saying Natsume was lying, because we have it from the mouth of the man who runs the apartment building that Natsume did turn his power on back at 11. So, get fucked, I guess. Get fucked, prosecution. In other words, if there was a poison in the tea that Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim have fallen ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? They both did the same animation. That was weird as fuck.
The defense's argument is entirely reasonable. How do you respond, Lord Van Zeeks?
Uh-oh. He's filling up his glass. He knows something.
I propose a toast.
Take that, woke moralists. Bro, I could actually see specifically Van Zeeks being like an OC that Jordan Peterson commissions from $100 from a DeviantArt artist, so for his Rant Sona. If Jordan Peterson ever started like a Rant Sona channel where he just has a little cartoon avatar yelling about stuff, he would definitely pay some guy to draw him really flatteringly, and it would look exactly like Van Zeeks. 100%. If he had his arms crossed, he would be on a thumbnail right now. This would be a thumbnail of why the woke moralists are destroying America. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I was considering what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. What are you talking about? How could it have happened, you ask? Oh my god. I do hate to shatter illusions, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. A phantom? Is it so hard to imagine that the victim drank his tea after the accused had left? Yeah, he's right. Damn it. For example, at the time stated in the medical report. Yes, at around 1:30. Mr. Natsume brought the tea with him to drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there is a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
We're not in Japan, little bitch. In my country, there's an even more apt saying. There is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. Oh my god. He's honestly spilling the tea right now. That's the worst part. The point is, if there was such a long gap, there may be other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned. Other possibilities.
What sort of possibilities, Counsel?
If you took art of Van Zieks and the Naruhodo character, you would have to do very, very, very little editing to get them to look like the Virgin and Chad meme. I'm gonna be honest with you. They basically already look exactly like the meme.
What sort of possibilities, Counsel?
Well, for example, there actually is another place we've got him in, but he doesn't realize it yet. He actually doesn't get what he's done wrong yet. If I'm remembering the timeline, the power should have been off by the time he's saying that this all went down. Wasn't the power on from blank to 6 and then 8 to 11 or 1? Either way, I don't think the power was still on by 1:30. I'm pretty sure the power was not still on by 1:30. Haven't we established this? I don't remember. We talked to the old man. He said something about it. There's a person in the Navy that's a prick. Yeah, that's probably going to happen in the British Royal Navy. A, British, B, stuck on a boat with them for extended periods of time. That's rough. That's going to be a rough one. You know who was the best British Royal Navy ever? That dude from the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. What was his name from the third one? Oh wait, he wasn't British Royal Navy. He was East India Empire Company, wasn't he? I don't remember. The guy who always says, it's just good business. That was the most evil man of all time. That movie rocks. I really like Pirates of the Caribbean 1 and 3. I rewatched them lately. They're really good. They hold up really well. 2 is 2 is like okay. And then the other sequels suck really badly past 3. But 1 and 3 are really solid. Only a psychopath would drink room. Exactly. Nobody's gonna fucking drink tea that's been left out that long, especially in the cloying darkness at fucking 1:30 a.m. Who would have a stimulant at 1:30 a.m.? He's got caffeine for days, for years, for eons. Why would you have that right before bed? That's psychotic. For example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Yeah, that's a good point. You're right, Van Zieks. Okay, you're right. You're true. I was wrong. I was wrong for that. Abrasive and unyielding. You know what, though? I will say, if it's like an RP game where you're supposed to be the British Royal Navy, those are two adjectives I would definitely see being like, that's an acceptable personality for someone in the British Royal Navy to have. That seems about right. Did Churchill really say that? Oh my god. Churchill is such a fucking dicklord. The best Churchillism of all time is still the prostitute thing. Where he says, would you fuck me for $1 billion? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, would you fuck me for $5? She's like, no. What do you think I am, a whore? And he goes, well, we've already established that. Now we're just negotiating price. That was a great Churchill moment. He was a real dickhead, but he was quippy. He had those Joss Whedon one-liners, you know? That's a very bold assertion, my learned friend, from someone who has nothing to substantiate. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. Stupid.
You suggest this may have been a suicide, Counsel?
Objection!
You could argue that if the guy hadn't fucking woken up, yeah, and denied it. He has denied suicide. The idea can and must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. Shut up, Ryunosuke. God damn, just get on with it. Get on with it! Ryunosuke stinks at this. Go back to Susato being the main character, man. She was way more competent. Don't need him, mind you. You should stage a British royal revolt against him. Maybe the other sailors hate him too. Throw his ass overboard, make him walk the plank from Ed and Eddie. I bet they get down with that. Become a buccaneer of sorts. A buccaneer.
He could be lying.
Uh-oh. He's not even dignifying this shit with a response, man. He just straight up ignored my ass.
Is something wrong, Lord Van Zeeks?
I was listening to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Damn, he's got a fucking good-ass ears. We should remember that. That might be important. Van Zeek has incredible hearing, apparently. What carriage? It would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Oh no. Where is he? See, I don't see him either. Out, brief candle. Life's but a walking shadow. It's Shakespeare, baby. He's back. There he is. A poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. This guy is literally the primeval femboy. This is the primordial femboy. This Shakespeare walked so the femboys could run. Absolutely. He's even wearing fucking thigh-high socks. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
A judge.
I should get a judge wig and also a British Royal Navy wig as well.
Who, sir, are you?
William Shakespeare, my lord. Alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What? What's he doing here? He's got a little cane, too. He's got a motherfucking scepter, bro. The prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. With his testimony, my learned friend's feudal resistance will be utterly crushed. You're calling him a witness? Hi, Yoda. I'm calling Yoda as a witness. I'm calling Yoda as a witness to her own ass-beating trial because she keeps annoying me all day today. Come here, Yoda. Come here. Ooh. Who's a good girl? Who's a crazy dog?
Very well, counsel. I grant your request with interest. I'm curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself.
YodaGaming.com. Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with my tale of woe, my lord. She always gets her fucking head wrapped up in all my cords.
But I still have my own tale to tell. My own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with the tale of my perfect innocence and perfect English. That will do, Mr. Natsume. Let the court now hear from the victim.
What you want, Yoda? What you want, Yoda? All right. So that's Mr. Shakespeare. But who's that? Yeah, baby, it's the Muppet. He's back. Muppets take Manhattan. Muppets definitely took London already. Who's that other man beside him? Yes, I feel sure we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names and occupations for the court, please, witnesses. For some reason, I remember him in my mind's eye looking more like a Muppet in the first game. I remembered him looking like completely Muppet-esque, but I think I've just deformed my memory of it by remembering him as a Muppet. A writer of words so sweet they do scent the breeze, an inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. The unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to be recalled to life anew, lo, what a magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle. William Shakespeare. There we go. Okay, yeah, no, he's a Muppet. It's just from the front. It's just from the front is the thing.
Aaron, the name's Meterman. Adrian B. Meterman.
Okay, got it. So he's the meter man, presumably. And also the murderer, because he's the one who's been fucking with all these meters and pumps and such. So yeah, we know that the water thing outside is always frozen over, but that he must have to do with the inside stuff, the gas stuff.
Adrian B. Meaderman. I work for the Ultimate Gas Company, East End branch office.
I see. I get it now. Shamspear isn't in on it. That's how he did it. I figured out how this guy did it. He used it as a gas. He used that rat poison as a gas. Remember how we were talking about how Brocklor could breathe in the whole earth? This guy put the rat poison in as gas. That way, once that dude, by fucking with the guy's meter, right? He fucked with the dude's meter. That way, once he turned on his little gas pump for the night, it would just slowly poison him and asphyxiate him. That's how he did it. That's how he did it. This is how he do it. Which is why there's this peculiar stain here, because that's when he was fucking with the meter. He left this stain behind. What the stain is, I don't really know. But, yeah, he put the rat poison in. Then when the guy goes to turn on his gas, uh-oh! It's poison gas! And so he poisoned himself. But then why wouldn't it kill him? I feel like I'm close. But possibly no cigar. Why wouldn't he die? Hole in the wall. Hole in the bricks! Ah, yes. Remember, there's the hole in the brick window. The 3 bricks are, like, removable. Maybe there was a breeze getting through, so that he thought he was going to get gassed in because of the bricked up window. But because there was a breeze, it didn't kill him. It just, like, gave him a whiff of it, you know? He got a whiff of it, enough to knock him out, but not enough to kill him. Not enough to finish the job. Maybe. That seems reasonable to me. Because the question becomes, if this guy really was poisoned by somebody else, why would he say it's Natsume if Natsume didn't do it? Why would he insist, yo, Natsume poisoned me, he's a fucking hoe? But maybe he really thinks it, because he did drink the tea, he did pass out at the same time from the gas stuff, and he just thought that it was the tea that was poisoned. That would make sense.
I work for the Ultimate Gas Company, East End branch office.
Ah, I remember now. It was yesterday on Briar Road. Oh yes, she's right, it's him. He's so handsome, bro. Oh, what's this? Yeah, he was peering in there too. He had a keen fucking interest. He had a keen interest in this apartment. I suspected him all along, since game 1. Yeah, it's the Muppet Man, bro. He's so fucking evil. He just has that aura about him, you know? The aura of a man who's willing to do whatever it takes to reach the top of the gas game. He looks like he's trying to see into Sozaki-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Excuse me, could we have a word? He's outta here, baby. Then he dissolved into nothingness. How much time do we have left? 10 minutes! Oh my god, we only have 10 minutes left in the stream. No! Damn it, we're not even gonna get close to finishing this case. Rats. We'll continue it next week, since we're not finishing it this week. We'll just try to get to a stopping point at the very least. But yeah, we're gonna continue this same time, same place next Saturday. So be sure to follow if you want to see more. I go live Thursdays through Sunday, 4 to 9 p.m. Central Time. And on Saturdays, we're doing Ace Attorney Chronicles till it's done. We're gonna finish the whole thing, eventually. Not anytime soon, though. This is fucking case 2. We'll do movie night after stream tonight as well. I'll hop on for movies in the Discord after this. So if you're interested in that, go to the Movie Theater Voice channel after stream, and I will be in there after I feed my dog for to watch some stuff. We spotted him outside Mr. Garrett's house that morning. Particularly Nope. We're gonna watch the movie Nope today. And he's a gas company employee? What does he have to do with this case? So, Mr. William Shamspear, you are the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Also, I will admit I kind of cheated in this case a little bit by accident. Because remember when I googled what the fuck this thing was, the poison, and it turned out to be rat poison? It did literally say in the article that I read out that it could be inhaled as well. It said that it could be either like ingested or inhaled. So I did actually cheat by accident. I spoiled it by accident. That was probably my bad. Although to be fair, That is just something that's common knowledge. It's not specific to this game. That's just the thing, is rat poison. So I say I didn't cheat at all. In fact, I was quite heroic by not cheating. Ba, 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 ba. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? That sweet poison that did cross me and cross mine innocent lips. I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Hearing the testimony of the aggrieved will remove any doubt from the jurors' minds, I'm sure. No, I'm not Ace Attorney Cheater. Blocked! You're both blocked and banned. I didn't do nothing wrong. All I did was Google what is rat poison into Google Images. Let's visit the civilian company and fuck around. I mean, you gotta get some, like, player interaction at some point, right? There's not much to do on the 7 seas besides that. Fight fucking serpents and stuff. You have to only rearrange the letters of my name to see that me's a serif. What are you, a fucking Jar Jar Binks? That's the worst rearranging I've ever goddamn heard. An angel indeed. Thus be I noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. All must heavenly angels be. Because there isn't a less contrived meaning in your name? No, not at all. The jurors seem to be very moved by this man, I'm afraid. They are really smitten by him. They love this fucking medieval femboy. They're actually taking this serif anagram idea seriously. Thank you, witnesses, for your illuminating introductions. But my lord, what's the man next to Mr. Shamspear doing here? The gas man, I mean.
What, me? Well now.
Allow me to enlighten my learned friend. You recall, I presume, your earlier impertinence? When you suggested that the victim had another visitor to his room on the night in question. And moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. That young chin stroker is here to convert your wild claims, conclusively. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hey, hang on now. I'm just here.
I hereby call for your formal testimony. You will tell the court as lucidly as possible what happened on the night in question. One may smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but I let the truth be spoken. The truth of that wintry night of my discontent. I love the Muppet guy. He's so adorable. All he wants to do is change people's meters. Is that really so wrong? Just because he attempted to utilize chemical warfare against a femboy, is that really so bad? I'm pretty convinced at this point. I'm locking in that theory. That's my prediction. As of this session, my prediction is that Meterman fucked with this dude's meter, replaced whatever gas is supposed to be in there with rat poison, and so when this guy turned on his little thing, he gassed himself by accident. And he didn't die because of the 3 loose bricks that don't cover the window entirely. So he got gassed a little bit, but the room got cleared. That's my guess. That's my current guess. That replaces my old guess. I still have no fucking clue why he would want to do that, though. Or how this dude wouldn't realize what was happening when the lights don't come on. Presumably rat poison wouldn't work as a, to make the lamp turn on. The wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about, my neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But marry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, naught else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Eastern fella.
Why were you there? Stupid. Why the fuck were you stalking his room? What did you say? You were keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspear's room all night?
That's right. Of course, the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? But there's a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. So I spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered in through that.
The question is, sir, why?
Oh, well now, that's because he's on my list.
What a piece of work is a man. Wherefore wouldst thou not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. I pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
What'd you say about me?
Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more.
Indeed, that is so.
And as the testimony we have just heard clearly reveals, there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. No, he could have done it too. He's a meter man after all. I don't know. Why would he be standing outside the fucking gap?
Well, I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Now, counsel, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Cross-examination. Okay, so one thing I could think of, one impossible thing I could think of, is that, that's what the soap was for outside the window. It was to try to plug up the gaps so that the gas wouldn't leak out and that he would get poisoned to death. Which would explain why he returned to the scene of the crime later, right? When we caught him, like, snooping outside the window. Maybe he came back to get the soap back. But what that wouldn't explain is A, how one of the soaps ended up on that dude's plate, inside the room, broken in half, and B, why the fucking stupid little red things keep disappearing. The little red insignias that are supposed to be right here, they keep going missing.
He looked like a bee when he bent over.
Did he? They even called him a bee too. They called him a buzzing busybody. He's supposed to look like a bee. That's crazy. It's because he brings the sweet nectar of poison about. Bitter was his drink. I did fall prostrate on my table. Was the tea alone that passed my lips, not else. I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room. No one else visited his room but that short little round-backed Easter fellow. Let's press this, him staying outside the room. That seems suspicious. That seems slightly suspicious. The windows of that house have all been filled in. A historical artifact of the now-defunct window tax.
Yeah, you are that, all bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner that's been opened up. I was looking into that gap.
Yes, there were a few bricks loose, weren't there? And for some strange reason, a couple of bars of soap lined up on the ledge outside as well.
I don't like going around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. But them's me orders, so that's what I'll keep doing, as long as there's breath in me body.
What's with all the theatricals today? Out of interest, Mr. Meaderman, after the accused had left and returned to his own lodgings, did you see the victim leave the room at all?
No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time as far as I'm concerned.
And we can therefore discount the possibility of suicide. How can you be so sure of that? The police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene and found no receptacle for the poison. And since we know the victim didn't leave his room, and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself, it's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle.
Ah, yes. Lucidly explained, counsel. Thank you.
It really was. Can't argue with the logic. He got a point. He right. You true. Bitter was his drink. Let me stop you there. Mr. Latsume left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 that the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. He's just dancing? That's your response? If the defendant had really put the poison into your tea, that 3-hour window of time is something you're gonna have to explain. Gladly, it is an easy task. Dude, he is just actually styling on me right now. He is pointing down. I did drink of the tea whilst my guards did tarry, but after he took leave of fate was stone cold, but at 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parted. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire. After all, thou wouldst recall our fiery debate. Amid such argument, there'd be no time for fiery tea. Romeo and Juliet again. And who was stronger? Mr. Shamspeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege, 'twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. Oh! Bum bum bum. He's blaming poor Natsume again. Ugh, we all know what that means. Damn it! He's got Natsume locked up. Well, shit. That's not good. Natsume is going to die, unfortunately. I think we're all out of time here. Yeah, we're all out of time, so we're gonna end it here. Next stream, next Saturday, we'll pick up from right here and try to find some way to punch a hole in this guy's testimony and free Natsume. But yeah, this is a tough one. This is definitely a toughie. I kind of feel like one of my two theories right now is probably true. I think I probably have the, like, how, but what I don't have is the why and, like, the specifics. Like, tying all the little evidence together is going to be really tough because there's so many working parts here. Like the envelope, we don't know what this envelope is. We don't know what the relevance of these things is. The insignias at the bottom of the soap, they keep going missing. It's just a lot. There's like a lot of missing things. And like the stain on the floor. There's a lot. And the hospital as well, for sure. But yeah, I guess we'll figure it out next week because we're all out of time for this week. No more Ace Attorney today. No more Ace Attorney. Tomorrow, 4 p.m., we'll be back for Smash Sunday. And then next Thursday, we'll be back for more games. And then Saturday is Ace Attorney Day. So this part right here, if you missed any of the story, will be going up on the YouTube archive once I'm done. And you can catch up there for more. But yeah, we are all out of time for today. So I hope you enjoyed the stream. I will be doing movie night in the Discord after the stream ends, as soon as I feed my dog. So in about 10 minutes, pop into the voice channel called Movie Theater if you want to watch Nope by Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson's Nope is going to be our film for today. At least one of them. When's Sonic Adventure 2 Day? I don't know. I got to find time to go back to Sonic Adventure 2. I could have done it this week since I doubled up on Skyrim, but I did I did more Skyrim instead. I was having too much fun. That being said, I do have a nice surprise next time we stream Sonic Adventure 2. Because I have the like almost a perfect Chow baby ready. I did so much research into the genetics of the Chows. I got really obsessed with the genetic systems. I got really good at it. So now I can just do it on stream now that I have all the theory down. But yeah, anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow for Smash Sunday, and I will catch you on the following Thursday for more games. That schedule again is Thursdays through Sundays, 4 to 9 p.m. Central. For now, I'm totally out of time, so I'll catch y'all later. Peace out for now, everybody. Have a good night.